Technology's great. Um, and have you had any issues at work to speak of?
None.
Does the board have any other questions before we move to discussion?
I know you said you did the victim impact panel when you're on the medication, but do you have other, are you participating in kind of group? Like, did you mention AA?
There's an AA group that's at the church about a few blocks away from my blocks away from my house. So I am able to attend when able to get off in time because it's at 7:30. I work in Chesterton, it's about an hour away, depending. But yes, good group of individuals there on Friday nights at 6:30.
Because the emotional side of the dependency, you know, not just relying on a medication ongoing, but can you resolve, you know, the emotional connection to a substance so that ongoing you can
Absolutely.
hold your promise that you made yourself, right?
Yes, absolutely. And also, I do I coach kickboxing and jujitsu as well. So putting myself more into the martial arts and being able to cope that way also helps out immensely. So
Is the medication um, planned for long-term use, or is this typically a temporary buffer to kind of build that sobriety habit?
at first, it seemed like almost like a failsafe to to make sure this doesn't happen. And now things have built up habitually to where it's not really there. But um, yeah, there's no temptations, but I'd rather just treat it as like an allergy. There's this, I take this medication because there's something that, I'm allergic to, or this could happen. Yeah. If something happens every other 5 years or something, that I just would rather not any kind of risk of that happening. So if there's a point I do feel like, okay, like we can wean off, or it's not necessarily to have, like I said, it stays in the system for weeks on end, so it's not like I could just decide. Um, but I really haven't given it too much time or too much further thought than that.
All right. So as far as discussion for the board, um, his, as I said previously, it is typically the practice of the board to issue some sort of probationary terms or other discipline uh, for OWI, especially if someone is still under some sort of criminal um, discipline at that time. And while his Indiana is set to release here in a couple weeks, he will still be on probation for Illinois. And I do think that while he has taken really great steps to ensure that this is not going to happen again, the fact that there were multiple arrests for the same issue, I think, is something that we probably do need to deal with. So my suggestion would be to renew with some sort of probationary term. We could make that for something such as 6 months that would get him through the end of that Illinois probation, or we could do it longer if the board felt that there was a need. Any thoughts on?
More than a year? Probation more than a year or indefinite?
Well, I guess the question is,
We always set it for indefinite. We can
right,
continue
it's
to-
always,
Yeah,
it's
that's
always
true.
But
indefinite.
I
Yeah.
think 6 months is a good
Yeah.
Start.
personally. Yeah.
And would the board be agreeable to renewing on a term of probation?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, just start there.
Yeah.
Um, so then as far as a term, would indefinite, no less than 6 months, would that be agreeable, or do we want something
I had
longer?
9 months in my head because that just gets us 3 more months past
Okay,
kind of that end of the year, kind of right where he's coming off of probation in there, and gives us just a little bit more leeway to see like is there any type of issue once we're off of
Okay.
probation?
And the only question I have, and this would probably be for you, Toby, as far as when our meetings fall, because I have no issue with that.
February.
Sometimes
Yeah,
when it,
yeah, it'd be like 8, so like 6, but that would really give us time, that gives us a little time if we're not meeting till, do we know our meeting dates?
but it will probably be, my guess is February,
February,
May,
yeah.
but
It'd be the week of CSM as usual. Yeah, but
so sometimes, this is where we go back and forth, where maybe it may be a 6-month term, but they can apply after 6 months and it really puts them out at, by the
it's
time we
8,
get
which
to
I think
meet.
is a safe,
8,
yeah,
yeah.
it's a safe time.
So it looks like February 10th.
Okay.
And May 19th.
Okay. Um, and
We
nine-
could be eligible at the February meeting if we set 6 months.
if we set 6 months,
And if you say 9 months, it would be eligible at the May.
I'm fine either, to be honest,
Yeah.
whatever year.
Yeah, either way, 6 or 9.
I'm fine with 6 because it gets us there.
yeah, it gives us that little buffer by the
Yeah,
time we actually.
and that way we're not
he-
stretching
That way
out
he
to
can
May and
apply to
still-
come off and we still have those
Yep, a little bit of time.
little bit of time to monitor. I think that makes sense. What terms would we like to request? It seems that he is doing what he should, of course, comply with all laws and, submit proof of successful completion of both criminal probationary sentences.
I would say, support of continued sobriety, whether that's logs of any meetings you go to or, the continued medication prescriptions,
Prescriptions.
whatever that is, but just
So
to
you-
provide
Like a personal report.
personal report, including those two
Okay.
things. And supervisor report,
Quarterly,
please, fine with me.
quarterly.
Quarterly.
Of course, the $5 fee.
Right.
And anything else we want to add on to that? I think between the personal and supervisor report and, successful completion of the criminal probation has us pretty well covered as far as what's going on. I'm not sure any additional continuing education. Clearly, he's completing, more than what we require. I don't see any deficiencies there. So, Mr. Martinez,
Yes, ma'am.
What about the HRC? I think the HRC, because I think like,
the Healthy Practice
yeah,
Resource?
because there are some definite like things that fall into multiple categories here, where I think the healthy practitioner resource kind of covers into those multiple categories that bleed over in this case.
Do you want the whole thing?
I think so.
Is the
The healthy-
commitment for
the-
that? I
What's
mean,
that?
What kind of commitment is that
It,
on his end?
it is essentially 10 hour, it's free, but it's essentially, you can get 10 hours of continuing education for completing all of it. Are there particular sections of it, or do we want the whole thing?
I think the whole thing, because
The
I
whole
think
thing.
that looks at the whole person.
It's, and
Because
it is, it's a self-study, do on your own time, self-reflection sort of
not
thing.
not
There's
like
no-
hard line. You don't have to start, stop, and start.
It's a
You can-
questionnaire followed by suggested resources, and then to get your certificate, you submit essentially reflection on what you learned from that particular section.
And what's your goal out of that? I mean, just not seeing any
So,
practice
so the,
related issue, that's
it's,
my concern.
it's coming more in practice in different jurisdictions. It was developed out of Ohio, but it looks at the entire person's, like, as healthcare providers, there's a lot of stress placed on us, not only from treatment side, but the entire side, like how you interact as a person, your interaction with money, your interaction with society, all those portions are brought together to highlight where some stress can be in your life and to tease them out so you can work on them.
So, and we are talking about HRRI's Healthy Practice Resource, the Federation one. Okay.
Yep, yep.
Um,
I'm horrible with the
yeah,
abbreviations
there
for
are
it.
a lot of abbreviations. So Heather, the modules are emotional well-being, mental well-being, social and non-work well-being, physical health, financial well-being, work role support, benefits and wellness, practice climate, compassion, and work-related well-being.
I see half of the modules being about his work environment, and I just don't know that we've seen a problem at his work environment to
We could,
justify him spending that time.
we
Okay.
That's my
could
question.
require
Personal
the
life,
personal
maybe?
life modules, because I think that this is where that issue really comes from, is that, you know, emotional, mental, social well-being sort of aspect. Would you be agreeable
I'm fine with that, yes.
to the personal life
Right.
side of things? Okay. So, Mr. Martinez, what we're discussing, and this would be something that you would need to agree to, we're discussing renewing your license on a term of probation. That would mean there is discipline on your license. You can continue to work so long as your employer does not have any issue with it. We do need to add in a signature.
Quarterly report.
We already have that. A signature for the order.
Signed
Which,
copy.
yeah. So what would happen in this case is that you would get a probationary order from the state. You would sign that document, and then we would ask that you present that to your employer so they know, and, you know, clearly based on the letters you have here, they know what your issue is and why you're here. But just to have their signature on it, that they are aware that your license has been put on probation. It's an indefinite term, but we are saying that after 6 months, which would give you time to complete all of your criminal probationary terms, you could then apply, which would be an email, a letter to the board, to the PLA office saying, I would like to request to come off probation. At that point, we would have a hearing like you saw earlier, where we would determine if you've met all the terms of probation. And the terms that we are discussing would be that signed order. There's a $5 fee that the state requires for everything. It would be maintaining good standing with your criminal probation and completing both Illinois and Indiana. So, you know, if they require, you know, random drug screens, whatever else, that you would need to comply with all of that. We would ask that each quarter before our meeting, that you would submit to us a letter, a report discussing, any issues that you may have, your sobriety, how you're maintaining it, whether you're attending meetings, taking medication, and really, you know, how things are going for you at that personal level. We will also ask that your supervisor submit to us a report each quarter, just detailing your work habits. You know, are you there on time? Are you completing your documentation? Have there been any issues? Because of course, our job here is public protection, and we want to make sure that none of these um, outside of work issues come over into that workplace environment.
Yes, ma'am.
And the final thing that we were just discussing is the completion of the personal life modules. There are 5 modules on something called the Healthy Practice Resource. And you would get information on how to access that. It is totally free. You do it in your own time. You can come and go, but each section has a questionnaire. And based on how you answer that, it will give you resources, articles or videos or things that maybe they've identified would be beneficial to things you may be having issues with, or just to support your personal well-being. And from that, you would just need to complete any documentation on that they require. I think it's a self-reflection. I think maybe like a survey and a self-reflection, and they will issue you basically a course completion for that module, a
Okay.
CE certificate. So there are 5 modules. I would just think maybe we'd like those done in that 6-month time, because if those aren't completed by the time you request to come off,
Mhm.
then that would be out of compliance. So you have plenty of time to do it. But this is really intended, this was developed as a resource to assist practitioners who are having issues, to prevent burnout, to, work on all of those things specifically related to healthcare and physical therapy. Okay. Do you have any questions about those?
No, just a clarification on quarterly being, so like 4 months from this day, or?
Y- Uh, we meet each quarter, but it's not exact. I believe our next meeting is in November.
November 4th.
November 4th.
Mhm.
So, you can find a list of our meetings on the PLA website, and we request that you have those reports into us 2 weeks before our meeting so that we can have time to get them into the system and for the board to review them.
Okay.
Um,
And do I have to be here individually, or do I just send
No.
these in through the?
we would not require you to be here. We would just review those documents, make sure that everything's in compliance, and then where they really come into play is at the end, when you request to come off probation. We can go back and look at all that and make sure that, just like criminal probation,
Mhm.
that all the i's are dotted, t's are crossed, that you've done everything that we've asked you to in a timely manner.
In your final order, there's going to be information telling you where you can submit those quarterly reports to. There's going to be an email address that you just email those over to.
Thank you.
Okay.
I know for the board, I know we've gone back and forth between 7 days and 10 days on a signed order. Do we have a number that we'd like to stick with today?
10?
10 works.
10 works. Gives you that little extra buffer.
Were we gonna add the log of his meetings with,
That would be included in personal
oh,
report.
okay.
Because it's
Okay.
not
All right.
he's not a consistent meeting goer, but as able, and I think if we would identify anything in those personal reports, we could then ask questions. Yes.
So you mentioned the $5 fee.
Yes.
Okay, so my understanding is that created here.
Okay. That may be only administrative hearings.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah. saved $5. So, yeah, we'll remove that.
Thank you.
Um, yeah, I was unclear about that, so, okay. Mr. Martinez, do you agree to the terms that we have discussed before we go to a final board vote?
Yes, ma'am, and I appreciate it.
Would the board like to make a motion to renew Mr. Martinez's license on probation of indefinite length, no less than 6 months, with the terms as previously discussed?
I'll move.
Okay, and second,
Second.
all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. You will
So,
receive a final order, and I'll let
yeah.
Toby.
so right
explain.
now, it can take up to 90 days to get that final order out. And until then, the license will just remain on valid to practice.
Say unvalid? correct?
It will remain on valid to practice. So
Valid.
valid.
Oh,
So
okay.
you can go ahead and continue working.
Okay, thank you.
We just have to wait on that final order before we can change the status and the expiration date to show that it's been renewed to the new expiration date, and it will have a probation status.
Thank you, Ms. Snell.
Okay. I think that is all we need from you today. We'll probably see you back here sometime in February.
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate you, everybody on the board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yep. Good luck, man.
All right. Next up, we have Amanda Flynn. All right. So Ms. Flynn had a positive response to an arrest. She did receive an OWI with prior conviction. The other charges were dismissed. I believe this occurred in November of 2024. And Ms. Flynn has been before us before. So if, Amanda, if you'd just like to let the board know what's going on with this current issue.
Yeah, well, obviously I have had a substance abuse problem that had continued. This incident, I really don't have an excuse for. It happened, I mean, the timeline, my husband filed for divorce and this happened the following day. I have been in recovery, in and out of treatment since that time. I was on probation. I completed probation in May of this year. And I'm set to have a hearing to reduce my charge to a misdemeanor in September. I'm currently in sober living and I plan to stay in sober living for at least another year.
Can you elaborate on what do you mean by in sober living? Is that a physical? or more-
Yeah, I live in a apartment home with other people in recovery and we get tested, breathalyzed every night. We get randomly tested. Yeah. And yeah, over the course of the 2 years, I'm looking for a new sponsor. I've had a sponsor. I've worked the steps. I've spent most of the time sober. I had 2 like relapses, but they were less than 48 hours. But I'm still trying.
Are you currently working?
I have not worked in the physical therapy field this year. I've kind of just taken a break from it. for one reason, it's hard to get employed with my criminal felony, and just kind of just refocusing life and focusing on my sobriety right now. So I'm working at a restaurant as a hostess.
Toby, can we run through for the board what previous actions have been taken?
So, hang on one sec. It looks like in 2020, she was placed on, her license was placed on probation. And I believe, let's see. And Amanda, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, that was a DUI
Yes.
from, okay. The probation was lifted, I believe it was May of 2021. And then I do show another cause in 2021, the same year that she was taken off of probation on her license, she was placed back on probation. I believe the board had granted the probation withdrawal on her license February 2024. And then that's kind of brought us to this today. She was taken off of the probation status February, and I believe the DUI was November, October, something like that.
So, yeah. Amanda has had a history of struggles with sobriety and interactions with the law. And of course, we have acted on those accordingly at the time.
At
I-
the time of this recent arrest, were you working as a therapist?
At that time, yes.
And how had things been going in that job? How long had you been in that job?
That current job was like a PRN job. I did work the last time I worked in the field was November of last year.
So I will say that I appreciate your commitment to getting sober. I understand that this is a disease and it is difficult. The issue that I have is, concerns for repeated infractions and, and our mission of public safety. Because your ability to stay sober and to uphold the law is directly related to your ability to practice physical therapy safely. And I understand that you are not currently practicing, but our job here is to determine whether we believe that you can practice safely at this time if we gave you, renewed your license. So, and I always struggle with this because it's hard to see someone working hard and have these issues, but again, our job is public protection. And this is certainly not a first offense, and this is also honestly the first time we're hearing about it almost 2 years later. So I do have concerns.
file, there was something about a probation violation in January 2026. What was that?
I failed a screen. I've tested positive for alcohol.
Okay. And what are you currently, outside of the sobriety, this sober living? What, I forget what you call it. But are you receiving counseling? Are you in any kind of program?
Yes. Yeah, I have a counselor and I go to programs and that are required to be in the sober living.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, as she said, it is difficult given her legal issues to get a job in physical therapy, but I do feel that we need to take action on the license at this point. We've tried probation twice.
Right.
And while she has been able to successfully complete that probation, clearly the issue is not, the underlying issue is not fully remediated. I would really like to see more than a year, 2 years of continued sobriety before I would be comfortable with practice. At this point, in my mind, and I agree, or I welcome all discussion about this, I would recommend a suspension.
No, this is for renewal.
Renewal, that's right. So,
She's requesting renewal of her license.
so we would then deny the renewal.
It would
And-
either be a denial or probation.
Okay. So would it then go to a,
If the board would like to
the
refer
board
it,
would
we
refer it to
can.
the Attorney General? So
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
In my mind, though, that's where I'm thinking, not that we can do that right now. But as Toby said, we either renew with or without terms, or we deny, and then we can refer to the AG's office as a complaint if we would like, and then that would go forward with a hearing to set terms.
If we denied, it just ends right there, right? Or we deny and we can refer to the AG. I'm confused by that.
That is a good question. If we would just deny and not refer to the AG's office, what happens there? Does the license just become invalid?
Mm-mm. Do you know? No, yeah, no, if you deny the renewal, she does have, from the time that we send out the denial notice, she has 18 days to appeal that decision. That's when it would turn into a hearing, and then she could bring her case back before the board. And then the board can, listen to her case, take that into consideration. You can choose to either approve the renewal or your previous decision can stand as denied. But she can, after that, or if she doesn't appeal it, she can at a later date submit another renewal and request to have that license renewed again. If it's over the 3 years expired, then it would be considered a reinstatement. So obviously that would be additional or other requirements at that time.
Okay.
It would
So-
just show expired based on a denial, and it would keep the 2026 expiration date until she decides to do something later down the road, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah. I got it. It's been 2 years since we go through these options. Thoughts?
I would say denial.
And I guess I would agree. The question is just denial, let her decide whether she wants to, appeal, renew later, whatever, or deny and refer with the plan of going forward to some sort of other disciplinary action if we would get to that point. So this would be denied if we just did that, but there would be no additional disciplinary action on the license. I can see both ways. I see that there's already discipline on our license. That's clear. There's already the criminal issues. And so I guess the question I have for the board is a denial sufficient, or do we feel like we need to add the possibility of additional discipline?
Wouldn't we take care of that though if she applied to?
Well, and that's, yeah, I mean, I kind of like the idea of putting the ball in her court that if we deny the license, you could not work at this time. But if you felt like you wanted to appeal that decision and go forward to a hearing, you could do that. If you wanted to wait and try to renew at a later time, you could do that. But at this point, there would not be a physical therapy license to work under. Does that sound?
Yeah, I think that puts the ball in your court to make your decision, and we're not encumbering with another case.
Right, and really, she's doing the work. She just has to decide when she's ready, and knowing that if she would try to renew again, all of this is going to come back. We would take a fresh set of eyes on it. But we're aware of the history. We are aware of this. She is not working, so it's not, as a therapist, so it's not, an issue of removing her from the workplace right now. It's not an impending public protection issue. I would be comfortable with just a denial.
I agree.
Okay. Do I have a motion to deny the renewal for Amanda Flynn?
I'll move.
Second? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let us know if you didn't understand any of that, but I think as of now, you do not have a license. You can appeal, and you'll get information related to that. You can also just wait until you feel like you're ready if and when you'd like to attempt to renew. Okay?
Yes, yeah. This is not surprising to me at all. So, yes, that looks good.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Keep doing the work. Next on the list is Braylon Cass.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so Ms. Cass had a positive response regarding termination. She is a PTA, and this had to do with some sort of resident elopement and was terminated due to quote unquote failure to follow policy. So, Ms. Cass, if you could just maybe explain in a little more detail what happened and what led to your termination.
Sure. So I was actually not the only employee that was terminated following this incident. I can kind of give you the rundown. So I had clocked into work that morning, used the restroom, as I was in the restroom, in skilled nursing facilities, they have the locked doors with the codes on them. So you have to enter the code to either enter or exit. Due to like fire safety and everything, if you push on the door for 3 seconds, it opens no matter what. They can't have that locked. So while I was in the restroom, I did hear the alarm go off, which wasn't alarming to me, just due to the fact that staff use that door to come in and out every day. Later, after this incident, we were told that that was not allowed ever at any point. But so I had exited the restroom. I got to the door and I see my assistant DOR was at the door. So I said, "Oh, okay, maybe she had like typed in the code wrong." And we both heard the alarm going off, so I did let her in. Later in the afternoon, we were told that a resident had apparently eloped during that time. They had left the building. Neither of us had witnessed a resident of any kind, either outside the building or previous to that. Like I said, I was in the restroom during the time that I had heard the alarm. And we both, like I said, if I had not seen her there, I would have walked out, looked around, see if there was anyone nearby. Obviously, that is policy, to absolutely ensure that no one had, in fact, exited the building during that time. So, neither of us had assumed that anything had taken place. Neither of us had witnessed anything. And during that time, we were not able to provide an official statement. That night, we had both gotten a call that they were suspending us, and we had assumed that there would be that we would just have to take like courses regarding elopement, and there would be a drill taking place just to refresh everybody's memory and absolutely like drill in company policy. But that did not happen, and we were actually both terminated following that incident. So yeah, that's kind of the rundown of what had taken place. But I don't know if I think I provided these via email, but I do have also a personal statement and 2 letters of recommendation from my current DOR and the DOR that was present during that day, during that incident. So I don't know if you guys would like me to provide those now.
If you'd just like to bring them forward, I'll take a look.
Absolutely. And I'll also bring up my.
Thank you. Where are you currently working?
Currently, I have 2 PRN positions at Chalet Health and Rehabilitation in West Indy and in Franklin at Compass Park. I actually just recently accepted a full-time position through IPS, so I'm actually transitioning from skilled nursing to pediatrics.
Would anyone like to take other board members like to take a look at this? Both are very complimentary.
I should have provided more copies.
that's-
I thought
that's
about it. I
fine.
was like, oh no, I should have.
You've
printed
never
more.
been here before.
Yes, yeah.
Dependable, documentation's good, collaborative, reliable. And then the other 2 certificates are the ones that we have for the fall prevention and dementia. Any other work-related issues
No,
in the past?
no,
Okay.
never.
And any legal issues outside of
No, ma'am.
this? Okay. Does the board have any other questions for Ms. Cass? Unfortunately, these things happen sometimes, and, regrettably, you have to go through this process, but this is where we, as a board, try to determine if there are other issues and safety concerns. And like I said before, our job is public protection. So
Absolutely.
we appreciate you being forthcoming and discussing this with us. Personally, I have no issue renewing her license. This is,
I agree.
Yeah.
this,
I agree.
it's a company policy related termination, and I don't see any involvement or risk for patient safety. So, if anyone would agree with that, could make a motion to renew free and clear.
I make a motion to renew license, free and clear.
And a second?
Second. We all did it at the same time.
I was gonna say, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank
I'm
you,
sorry
guys.
this happened,
It's okay.
but it does.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
My thought is to try to work through maybe one more before taking a bio break. Um, Aiming for about noon. Okay. Next, we have Christopher Crum. Okay. Mr. Crum comes before us today with a positive response regarding an arrest. It was related to an OWI with a term of probation and some other requirements. It looks to me like the probation may have just ended in June of this year. So, Mr. Crum, could you just please explain the circumstances of why you're here?
On the evening of Mother's Day of 2025, I made the huge error of having a few drinks, getting in my car to go grab food for my son. And after I picked up the food, I dropped some of the food in the car, pulled over on the side of the road, and that's when I got pulled over, and it was positive for the OWI.
Have you ever had any issues like this in the past?
No.
Was there anyone else in the car with you at the time?
No.
Okay. And have you completed your criminal probation?
I have, yes.
Okay. And what was it involved in that criminal probation?
It was 12 months probation, ready to go and visit with my probation officer, excuse me, I'm a little hoarse today, once a month. And there could be random alcohol or drug screens. Completed all those successfully. I also took 2 drug and alcohol classes that I actually completed before my initial court date when they decided to put me on that 12 months probation. And then outside of that, excuse me, very supportive family. So we communicate on a regular basis. If we, whether we talk about personal issues or it's not really counseling, but I have that great access to communication with my family as well as the community at my church. So I do participate in talking with them, but really like I said, it was a huge error on my behalf. It's not something I do on the regular basis. My son was out of town with his mom the evening that I got the OWI. He called, said he was coming home. We didn't have any food in the house, so I ran to go grab food. Dumb mistake. But it's not something I've ever done before. So, and will I ever do again?
You took an alcohol awareness class. Was there any sort of substance abuse evaluation or treatment that was required?
There was none required based on the judge's decision was to put me on 12 months probation and then the requirement of the 2 classes. That was it, based on my previous criminal history, which was none.
Do you believe that you have a problem drugs or alcohol.
Well, I guess it depends on how you, I do not. But if you look at it as you've had an incidence of an OWI or that, if you look at it as that as a classification, I would say yes, but I do not.
And what changes have you made in your life as a result of this arrest?
Yeah, so I've been a clinician since 1997, practicing initially full-time and then transitioned over to PRN. I took on mainly healthcare sales roles and while I was maintaining my license and working PRN. That environment's quite different than a 100% clinical role. And when this incident occurred, I decided to transition away from the healthcare sales role, which involves a lot of entertainment. I don't know how familiar you guys are with that, but, and decided to transition back into a full-time clinical role, which I did get hired in that role after I had the OWI,
And
which
they were
I made
aware?
the company aware of that and yep, they were.
So where are you currently working?
I work for Purpose Care Home Health in St. Joe County.
And no issues or incidents?
No.
In your current employer?
No, they just keep throwing on the patient.
There's always a need.
Yes.
Okay. So does the board have any questions for Mr. Crum? And so this is where we sometimes run into a little bit of a discrepancy. He has completed his criminal probation. He is now almost 2 months out from that. He has been working without issue.
That was since March too. I don't know if I told you that. That's when I started with Purpose Care was in March.
Okay,
So, yeah.
okay, thank you. I have no issue renewing. The question, I think, comes down to renewing free and clear or renewing on probation. On a first offense, I will tell you historically from many years here, unless there are a lot of complicating factors or a past history or a question of substance abuse issues, we have renewed free and clear. Whereas if it's still working through the criminal process, or we have, or there are multiple incidents, or we have other concerns, that would be kind of grounds for discipline. So that is the question I pose to the board members.
In this case, I'm comfortable going free and clear.
I agree.
Yeah, it's, and this is where when it comes to like the idea of a decision matrix, we have what our precedent is, and we have the case before us and their personal history. And I think taking all of those things into account, I do not have an issue at this point renewing free and clear. Sean, would you like to make a motion?
Oh, sure. Let's just keep the streak up.
That's right.
I'll make a motion to renew free and clear.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Crum, you will be renewed. Mistakes happen. We just encourage you to, really take this situation to heart and to ensure that it does not affect your future.
100%, I agree. And you guys, I want to thank all of you for taking time out of your busy day and let me say my part. And I'm not coming back in unless it's part of the board.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. That will be processed through the system.
Your license is already
Immediately.
renewed. It's renewed now.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much.
Okay. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, is everybody ready for a quick break? Maybe 10 minutes? That work? Sounds good. Okay. We're gonna go on a 10-minute
15.
break. You all are welcome to take 15? Get this. So resuming our list, we have made the decision to jump ahead to Timothy Weinzapfel?
Perfect.
Okay.
Wow. I was waiting. Thank you. My oral surgeon will greatly appreciate me moving up.
Okay, so we're going to go with Timothy. Timothy is
That's fine.
here for a positive response regarding termination. And there was a complaint with the employer, and if you could just run through what happened, including,
Megan, 1 second. Tim, do you want me to recuse myself since we're in the same area and in the same?
Doesn't bother me.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
thank you for that.
Wanted to give you the option.
Uh, If you could just run us through what happened and what led to that termination.
Yeah. So at the time I was working with Pro Rehab and been with them for 26 years, and I was acting as a physical therapist and a regional director over 8 locations. The decision had been made, instead of closing one of our offices, that we change managers. So when we made that decision and we relocated the other manager, our, we call them care coordinators, our front desk person turned in their 2-week resignation. The guy that was going in as the manager said, I don't know how to manage, first of all, and if I don't know have a front desk, what do I do? So I went and talked to her, and she was sitting at the front desk. There were no patients in the waiting room, but we were open for business. And I just knelt down next to her and said, I heard that you put in your 2 weeks. What's the plan? And she said, I'm going back to work as a dental hygienist, and they're going to pay me an amount that I couldn't pay. And I said, well, I wish you well, but if there's anything we can do to change your mind, let me know. She claimed in there that I rubbed her leg and rubbed her back for 20 seconds or something like that. That did not happen. So, I mean, my conversation with her was maybe 2 minutes, and I was notified a couple of days later that an entire investigation had been done, and I was written up for it.
You were written up and terminated, or no?
At that point, I wasn't terminated. They said, this is your first and final warning. And then, I mean, I had previously discussed no longer managing and just going back to being just a PT. You know, the 60+ hours a week were getting a little bit long, but I was told, you know, no, don't do that. We need you, blah, blah, blah. So then on September the 9th, the CEO, I won't say names since you know who they are, showed up and told me that I needed to turn in my key and my company card, because when I was talking to somebody, I touched their face. And I said, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. I don't know when that happened. And they just said, that's not professional. And I was terminated. And so I attempted to get further information about the investigations and what was talked about. And I was informed that since I'm not an employee and I haven't signed any of those documents, that I couldn't get them. I consulted a couple of attorneys about wrongful termination, and they said since they're an at-will employer, you, you're gonna lose,
Right.
you know? So I accepted it, and I'm working now with Progressive Health, but doing work up at Union Hospital in Terre Haute since October.
Are there any issues with your current employer?
Not at all. They're trying to get me to move there, but my wife said no.
And in the past, I mean, these are two incidents essentially within a year,
Mhm.
6 months. Have there been any other allegations, any complaints, any warnings, any issues with your workplace?
There's never been anything brought up in the 29 years leading up to that, you know? So I don't know where it came from. I don't like to think that it was spiteful that this was brought up, since I removed the manager that was there, but I was not given an opportunity to say, this is what happened or didn't happen. So
How would you say this experience has affected you, personally and professionally?
it's very, very difficult. Our kind of the way we always conducted business and the way we wanted to be was compassionate, empathetic, and treat people like they're a member of your family. Sitting down and having a one-on-one conversation with somebody, I think, is the way you keep things, I don't want to say keep things real, but not keep them, not be a matter of, you're just another employee sort of thing. I never thought that that kind of an interaction would be thought of as being unprofessional. And that was what my HR manager told me, is you should never have a one-on-one meeting with people. There should always be someone else there. And I think that's kind of odd, because we have one-on-one meetings scheduled every month with our employees so that you can have specific conversations about work and private life and whatever might be affecting their performance.
One thing that is gaining more attention, really at a national level in the area of regulation, is this idea of, sexual misconduct and boundary violations. The FSBPT now has a whole committee on that, and they've produced a lot of good resources. And one of them is something that talks about a power differential.
Mhm.
And as clinicians, we don't always recognize that, but with other employees and patients especially, we're used to touching.
Right.
We're a touching profession. And there is a power differential at play, and sometimes people are not comfortable with that, but they don't know how to react or how to speak up with that. And it really is an interesting concept for us as clinicians to really understand and dive into.
Mhm.
And so that is just something that comes to my mind here. I don't hear anything in this that necessarily makes me concerned for the public. My concern is for the public's perception, perhaps, of ways of communicating that you may feel are normal.
Mm.
I don't get the sense that you are intending to harm or make anyone else uncomfortable. But I do think that understanding that power differential and where those boundaries as clinicians are between, coworkers and patients and any other staff is really an important concept. And sometimes, situations like this are a really good time to go back and reassess your practice and just, your personal ways of communicating and interacting and to understand, where where there's room for improvement or modification. Does the board have any questions for Tim at this time? I just wanted to throw that out there while I was
No, I
thinking of it,
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
aside. Anything right now? Any concerns? Other questions?
Just part of the file, it says, under corrective actions, you're required to attend mandatory training on workplace harassment and appropriate conduct. Did they
Was never provided.
never provide?
So,
Other than the yearly, stuff that
PBT,
you do all
yeah.
the time,
Right.
that's
but there was no
required,
special,
yeah.
special remediation.
All right.
And
Right,
was there any
nothing
other discussion after this, kind of between the first and final warning and the termination?
No.
Okay. My thought on this, as we said before, terminations happen. Our job is to determine whether there is a pattern, whether there is a risk to the public. At this point, I don't think that there is, and I would recommend renewing free and clear. My only addendum to that would be maybe and I can't require this, but just to recommend that you do take a look at the FSBPT's resources on sexual misconduct, boundary violations, power differentials. They have resources for clinicians. They have resources for the public, for students. It is all really, really well done. This committee's done a lot of work on it. And then this power differential white paper, reading that, even if you've never had an issue,
Mhm.
really opens your mind to some of those ideas of touch and consent and just the power that we have that we don't always recognize as power. So that would be my recommendation is for you to just take a look at that, protect yourself in the future.
Yeah.
There are people out there that are touchers and
Mhm.
there are people out there that don't like being touched. So that's the reality of the world that we live in. And like I said, our profession is a touching profession. So would anyone care to make a motion on this license if there are no further questions?
Keep the streak up, move to renew it,
All right.
free and clear.
Thanks, Sean. Do I have a second? Second. Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yeah, if you just go to I searched FSBPT sexual misconduct, it'll pull up the whole page. It's
Okay.
under the free resources, but
Okay.
it's great information for clinicians and for patients. So, all right.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do I need to do anything, Toby?
No, your license is renewed now.
And
Thank you.
I hope you make it to your
I do too.
appointment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. We will go back up to F,
afternoon.
Hello. Let me just take a moment to open your file. Okay. So Mr. Bowker is here for a positive response regarding termination. And he did submit some documentation regarding that. And if you could just run us through the situation and what led to that termination.
Okay, I just have a statement. I'll just run through this and it should address each thing that's listed on that document.
Okay.
So I'd like to thank the board, first of all, for allowing me to sit here today and explain my perspective of what occurred at Community Health Network, which led to their decision to terminate my employment. I'm going to take the time to go through each of the items listed on the document Resources Department and provide a brief explanation of each item as I'm able to. Of the items listed on the document, first reads previous patient relations events involving caregiver. I wasn't specifically informed what these patient relations events were. Even I asked my clinic manager. They weren't able to tell me. Based off of what I know, it's just a survey that the patients get, and just because there's no information other than like date or any specifics, I can't really comment on what they may have been. The next item is from April 30th, 2025. That one's described as final corrective action. This states that I violated Community Health Network's pride values, used profanity in the office, spoke in a disrespectful manner, and exhibited negative body language. On the day in reference, I had an experience in the clinic in which a patient showed up for an evaluation and became belligerent. In the front office staff employee came back into the back office to tell me she felt scared and that she was in danger of physical harm from the patient. I made the decision to call security and inform my coworkers in the immediate vicinity of the situation. After security was called, they informed us they wouldn't show up for another 25 to 30 minutes because they were running a drill at the main hospital. A few minutes later, I became frustrated with the situation and what I felt was a lack of support for our staff and a failure to provide a safe work environment when I declared this is effing BS, which was heard by one of the other employees in the office at that time. Eventually, security showed up 30 minutes after they were called and escorted the patient out of the clinic to her car. About 20 to 30 minutes after that, the patient was waiting in their car and security asked them to leave. After security had taken my statement, as well as the statements from any other staff involved, they left. Later that evening, the patient returned and followed a clinician home as she was leaving for work. I was frustrated with the situation. I acknowledged that I should not have used profanity in the back office. This resulted in my final corrective action. It was explained to me that by the department director that sometimes there is a verbal warning followed by a first corrective action, but the clinic manager at the time saw fit to skip those first two steps and take me directly to final corrective action. The next item, dated February 3rd of 2026, states that I was provided with coaching regarding patient care for ongoing reports of dissatisfied patients, with further bullet points listed, including poor listening or poor bedside manner, reports of caregiver not utilizing allotted time frame for sessions with patients, poor listening skills, and a cancel no-show rate of 29%. I take these complaints seriously as I pride myself on my ability to provide quality care with my patients and utilizing all the time that I have with them in an effective and an efficient way. After this, I saw input from my coworkers in the clinic I was at, who included our staff physical therapist assistant, another staff physical therapist, my clinic manager, and our front office staff member, on anything they may have noticed from seeing me with patients in the clinic that could help me address these concerns and do a better job with patient satisfaction. I got some good feedback from my coworkers, which I found helpful in improving my patient interactions, specifically in addressing the bedside manner and listening skills. Of the other two items listed in bullet point on the HR document, my cancel no-show rate was at 29%, with a large majority of contribution from patients who were canceling or not showing up to their evaluations and had never had any interaction with me. I explained this to my clinical manager after looking up and calculating the numbers, and he told me something to the effect that I was making excuses. According to the electronic medical records and my own experience, I was utilizing the allotted time frame for sessions with patients, but was told that a patient mentioned they felt rushed during an evaluation, which was why this was included in my termination document. I can't speak to the specific situation in which that may have been the case, but at times, patients can show up as late as 30 minutes for an hour-long evaluation with several body parts to evaluate in the remaining appointment time. So it's possible that this complaint may have been received in regard to one of those patients. I maintain that in these circumstances, I always make a point to inform the patient that we have limited time. We will try to get to cover it as much as we can, but we may not get to everything. I've been consistent with this communication throughout my experience as a physical therapist. The final item listed on the HR document is dated February 24th of 2026 and states that there are reports of the caregiver not being personable nor utilizing the allotted time for patient service. I asked my clinical manager if these reports were new or the same reports, and he refused to provide me with that information. As with the previously listed item, I was utilizing my allotted time with patients for patient service, and that's been consistent with records and my experience. Below the items listed on the HR document is a brief description of community health network policies, which relate to any matters listed on how this resulted in my termination. And lastly, I acknowledge that I'm not a perfect clinician at times. I could communicate things better to my patients, but prior to working at Community Health Network, I had never been accused of not listening, having poor bedside manner, or not being personable. In my experience of over 12 years working in physical therapy, I've had wonderful experiences with my patients. I've done everything in my ability to go above and beyond to make sure they feel heard, respected, and that their concerns are addressed. As a result, I've had numerous return patients throughout my career, some of which have provided me with, or provided all my referral sources, front office staff, management staff, colleagues, and employers, including at Community Health Network, with positive feedback regarding my work with them. And I think the decision for me to be terminated with the combination of all the items listed was harsh and without consideration of facts involving each circumstance. However, I believe the most important thing for me to do is to move on with my career, learn from this experience, and continue to provide excellent patient care at my current place of employment.
Thank you. You are currently working, where are you working?
I'm working at Athletico in Whitestown.
Okay. Any issues at that facility?
No.
And any issues prior to this set of incidents?
No.
What would you say you learned from this termination, or what have you taken away from it?
The biggest thing for me was just kind of getting feedback from my coworkers. None of them said they had witnessed anything that seemed like an experience that they had witnessed firsthand that might have upset a patient. But the physical therapist assistant I worked with told me that sometimes what he does, he'll find frustrating himself, is when he's speaking to a patient that comes back after a previous session and tells him, "Oh, this thing you did, last time really hurt me." And he said that he tries not to take it personally and just ask him questions about other things they may have did or other factors that may have been involved in those, in that worsening of symptoms. And so I've kind of taken that with me. And then also just additionally just trying harder to be acutely aware of how patients are feeling and being sensitive to that.
Does the board have any additional questions for Mr. Bowker? Again, I these sorts of things happen, I think you can learn a lot from something bad that happens. Taking that information that you got from your coworkers is always helpful. It can kind of lead to a little bit of reassessing your skills, your interpersonal reactions, and just understanding that that has real life consequences. So I personally do not see an issue regarding patient safety. I would hate to see my cancel no-show rate at different times. I get that, that if, especially for the evaluations that have never even, if it was only repeat patients who were canceling, that's one thing. For that evaluation, that's, something that I feel like is outside of your control. So does the board have any other thoughts besides renewing free and clear? Any discussion that we need to have? Okay. You want to make a motion, Sean?
Let's get going.
All
I
right.
move to renew free and clear.
All right. Do I have a second? Okay. Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. It's a learning experience. Your license is renewed. Just, take it for what it is and make your practice better.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Edward Bloom.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Bloom is here for a positive response regarding termination. And it appears, if I'm correct, that there was a termination from Team Rehab in February of 25, and then a termination from Ortho Indy as well in August of 25. And if you would just like to give us an overview of what happened on both of those occasions.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much. So I've been a practicing PT for 17 plus years. Started here in Indiana, went to Colorado, and then moved back here. Was married, went through a really, really nasty divorce during my time at Team Rehab. I was some sort of clinic director, clinic manager from 2013 until last year. And my divorce was really challenging. I have two young kids that, you see them every day and then you don't. It was really hard for me, being on my own, trying to figure things out really quickly. Was a challenge. I made the necessary corrections with Team Rehab. I went in front of the board in Michigan, and they approved that I could continue as clinic director. And then that was in June of 24. And then on Father's Day of 24, my father passed away with a massive heart attack. And I was giving him CPR, and my oldest daughter saw it, and that really, really, really was tough. And I still struggle with that to this day. But time helps. Counseling has really helped. And being on, seeing a doctor regularly, being on anti-anxiety and depression medication to make sure that, I'm in a good spot, and I'm in the best spot I've been in probably in my entire life mentally. And I think that to a lot of people, including myself, the work I've done. So when that happened, obviously, I took some time off work. We lost some staff. I was seeing 60 to 70 patients a week, as well as being the clinic director, trying to keep this clinic open. There was also some stuff happening at Team Rehab where they self-reported Medicare fraud, so there was a lot of issues with that in regards to, make money, keep it open. And I had a staff that I had to support and try to keep them employed, keep myself employed based on all that. And then there was also another incident where there was a whistleblower in Michigan, another clinic, that all finalized after I was let go. I will say this, the leadership team at Team Rehab did everything they could. But I obviously was not in a good spot. And I learned, it's taken a lot. I'm very well aware of that I could have been a better leader. But I will say I've never had any issues prior to this. I've never had any disciplinary action. I've had positive reviews, patients coming back to see me, referring patients back to me at every place I've ever been. I actually helped as a lab assistant at IU Department of Doctor of Physical Therapy program in the musculoskeletal class. I did that for 2 years as well. I stopped that once my divorce was going on because I needed to focus on figuring my new normal as being a single parent with my kids half the time. And I still do case round presentations. I'm still, very involved with the program. So then, obviously, I took a position at Ortho Indy. When I interviewed and accepted the position, I was told that I'd have autonomy to treat, and I was able, it was very regimented on how 30-minute appointments for each follow-up, and if I could have them a little longer if I could, and that wasn't the case. And then it started. I mean, it was within my first 90 days. I will admit that, yes, I'm not used to clocking in hourly. So I was always been salaried. So I was clocking in, I'd forget to clock in. I would be, it'd be a minute or two late, or I would be in the parking lot, but I wouldn't have a patient and I'd clock in then. Did that happen? Absolutely. But I also feel like I was singled out based on my pushback on how I feel in our practice act and what I was told that I could provide care for my patients. Because that first and foremost is what I will always do. I will always stay longer. That's why I was in leadership partly too, because I would always make the time to make sure that I could take care of my patients and give them the best care possible within my means. And it was definitely a disagreement significantly between myself and the manager at the place at the facility I was working at. And since then, I took a contract job, and that was fine. But I am now gainfully employed full time with On-Site Solutions Physical Therapy in a setting that really speaks to me. It is a proactive environment where I work on a job site, really just communicating, and educating and also treating injured workers and non-work related injuries, and with an up and growing company that really speaks to me. And this is something that I feel like, and I believe everything happens for a reason, whether good or bad in our lives. And, it's taught me a lot about myself. And I just want to say that, I've made the necessary changes. Like I said, I've never been written up for any discipline before. And it's been a really, really tough couple of years, but I'm definitely, and like I said, the best place I've been in a long time, if ever.
Thank you. Well, I will say I'm very sorry for the loss of your father and for everything that you've been through. I know that can always be challenging while maintaining a very busy work life as well. The issue that really stood out to me had to do with some of the documentation time and time to completion.
Yes.
And I understand how those issues can come about, and they can snowball. Were you able to complete all of that documentation before you left that job?
Y- Yes, I was able, so, but when I was released, obviously I got as much done as I could. And I will say, before I went in front of the board in June, you know, we had switched documentation systems, and then we actually incorporated an AI component to it, which was very helpful. However, I lost a PT due to she wanted to be PRN and have a family. And so I did not have, I was only providing PT for 6 weeks. That really set me back. And then I had a PTA that just graduated. So obviously I'm trying to help him come along, and I was getting, you know, very little help on the treatment side of things while also trying to do all of the administrative marketing stuff. Like, I was hired in as 32 hours patient care, 8 hours of admin. That quickly went away. So, you know, I was doing more than 40 hours patient care. Let's just be honest. Like, so I was behind, but also then trying to find a balance with still spending time with my kids, as best as I could, you know, but it wasn't quality time. You know, I'm still doing notes at home. I also really took a lot of pride in my documentation because I wanted to make sure that it was, you know, in case I was ever subpoenaed or anything, because we saw a lot of auto workers' comp. So that takes a lot more work than uh, just commercial insurance. It's the reality. I mean, it just does. Making sure that everything is sound. So yeah, I mean, would it take longer for me? Yeah, it would, based on those things. So would I be behind and get behind? Yeah, because like I also needed to try to sleep at some point, and even then I really wasn't sleeping, you know, because I was dealing with all the other stuff. So it was just a cascade of events. So it was really there that was my issue.
Were there any repercussions aside from the termination? You know, any um, were there any sort of fraud investigations or anything like that going on?
No, no.
Okay. Because we do sometimes see that with a lot of outstanding documentation and things like that. So are you licensed in any other state?
No, I was Colorado, but once I moved back, I let that lapse.
And no other discipline on other licenses in the
Nope.
past? Okay.
Mm-mm.
And when you say the board in Michigan, you mean
The team rehab.
board? Okay.
Yep, team rehab.
Just for clarification.
Yep.
You're not dealing with the Michigan Physical
No,
Therapy
no.
Board.
Mm-mm.
Okay. The other thing I'd like to say is that I appreciate that you've taken this seriously and that you've done the work to both improve your personal situation as well as your work situation. You know, like you said, events can cascade, and digging out of that is not always easy. So I do recognize that and appreciate the work that you've done to do that. Does the board have questions or recommendations for Mr. Bloom's license?
You're doing all right keeping up with the documentation now?
Oh yeah. I mean, I didn't even have any issues at Ortho Indy with that. It was just, I was in a hole, and I was drowning. I couldn't get out of it, and then I was out of it, and then 2 weeks later. So, uh, yeah, I mean that was it. I mean, just to be honest, like no one ever thinks they're going to be here in this position right now. And in my career, like, I never thought that would happen. Like, but it did. And, you know, like I said, I have no ill will towards anyone. Like, like I said, things happen in life, and I'm just very grateful that I have this opportunity right now to, you know, show. And like I said, I feel like my body work shows who I am as a person. I am a good person. I am a caring person. And I think everything else that I've done in my career would show that. And yes, it did happen. And I'm taking accountability for it right now.
The board have a recommendation for what to do with his license.
They renew.
Yeah, I'm renew free and clear is where I am. I'll move it.
You'll make a motion to renew free and clear. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Mr. Bloom, thank you for being here. Again, I appreciate the work that you've done, and like you said, these situations are something that you never think you're going to find yourself there, and when you do, it can either break you or make you better. So, just continue to do what you're doing, and we hope to, never see you back here.
Outside of here, for sure, as colleagues, I really appreciate all your time. Thank you so much. And yeah, that's all I can do is just keep going, right? So
Yep.
thank you all.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you all. Thanks.
Elizabeth Lynn. I almost said good morning. It's afternoon now. We have gotten there. Okay, so Miss Lynn is here for a positive response regarding termination. And yeah, if you could just give us again a brief explanation of what happened and what happened then, maybe where you are now, and we'll go forward.
Okay. Last August, my family moved to Ohio, to Cleveland area to be near family. And I interviewed online, like our Zoom interview. And so I never really met the people, which is a lesson that I have learned. I will not do that again. But when I started the position in September, I found out that things weren't completely as I thought they would be when I started. Within the first 15 minutes, I found out that I would only be paid for 15 minutes of documentation at the end of the day, might have 4 to 6 evals plus progress notes, because that would be the only PT in the location with 2 PTAs. And that kind of just shot red flags. I'm like, seriously, like, that's not what I signed up for. So I kind of was pushing a little bit against that and just asking questions. And so that set a bad tone, I would say, from the beginning. And then with evaluations, they expected you to check we had part-time reception. So we were expected to check in patients, scan the insurance cards, take co-pays, give them the paperwork, and do the evaluation and schedule them again all within an hour. And also do the evaluation and get 3 additional treatment units in, which I found extremely unethical. And again, there was pushback and they did not like that. So within the first week, I was looking for a new job, but because we were looking for a house, I couldn't just quit the job and I needed to keep it. So I was trying to do what I could do ethically, keep them happy-ish, but not violate my ethics, because I'm not going to do that. So they were trying to find anything they could that I would do wrong. If I asked a question at lunch, I was invading personal breaks, like, and anytime you have someone watching over your shoulder all the time, like, you just start getting nervous. I've been doing this since 2001, and I don't know if you have a copy. If not, I do. I sent copies of my reviews. Like, no one has ever had an issue with me. I've always been like a resource in the clinics I've been in. It's never there's never been an issue. But I had a lot of confidence issues because literally they were just looking for things to find. You know, I put a medication in a wrong section, just typing really fast, trying to learn the documentation. And then I didn't catch that. And then, of course, you know, my termination letter, they said I have issues with where to put things, you know, so they just found every little thing they could to fire me. And that was fine. You know, I was expecting it, and I honestly was I was just trying to hang on as long as I could until I found a new job. I had positions I was interviewing for, and they were just not moving fast. The big hospital systems do not move fast. That was not going to work for another private practice. So anyways, I was terminated, and that was it. I mean, they offered to let me work for them for another 2 weeks if I wanted. So obviously they didn't hate me that much, but I refused that. I did get offers at the Cleveland Clinic, and I work for them now. My manager's very happy with me. You can see my 90-day review, my documentation assessment. They're very, very pleased with how I'm working, and there's no issues there. So it was just a very bad fit from the beginning, and unfortunate. It was an unfortunate circumstance because if we weren't trying to sign and close for a house, I would have quit and we would have just lived with less. You know, it would have been fine.
Any issues with your Ohio license?
No.
Okay. And you are still working in Ohio?
Correct.
Right, okay. Yeah, the current performance review is very complimentary. So, you know, again, my thoughts on this are that sometimes things happen, you get into a bad situation. I don't see any concerns for patient safety at all in this. And it's understandable how sometimes that happens. But do I have a motion or recommendation for this license or any additional question?
Free and clear.
Yeah. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for talking with us. I know it's a lot to deal with, but you are renewed and there are no issues with your license here either.
Thank you.
Okay. James Allen. Mr. Allen, is he here? If not, I will try to call him again at the end of our list, but, and we have no indication that he will not be here? Okay.
No.
All right. Jana Collins.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Ms. Collins is here with a positive response regarding an arrest, and I believe this was related to a charge of tax evasion. And could you just briefly describe what happened and how we find ourselves here?
My husband recently started working for himself, and does our taxes, and in reporting thought everything that we did was right, and it was not right. So since we filed together, it came back on both of us. And so I had to answer yes to the response. I do believe when I did my renewal that I submitted the court documents. I do believe.
We have the extensive, like, my case listing.
I have it with me.
I have the plea agreement.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
So that was, the agreement for everything, going forward from the finalization on February, I think it was the 11th of this year.
And looking through, so there is probation.
It's kiosk reporting, yes.
Explain kiosk reporting. That's new to me.
I've never, we have never met the probation officer. You literally have a code, you go into a kiosk and you just log in, answer the questions, and then, it's kiosk reporting every other month.
And so then there is the restitution.
Yes.
Has that been completed or is that still outstanding?
It's in progress. It's still in progress. We have, I think, until the completion of the probation terms to pay it in full at any point. If it's paid in full, then it becomes, complete. And then that's when my probation will end. Otherwise, it goes for the full 300, I think 360 days. And
Are you currently working?
yes,
Okay, where do you work?
Franciscan Health.
Okay.
Been there for
Any
24 years.
issues in your workplace?
No.
And they're aware of probation and
Yes.
everything related to that. Are you licensed in any other state?
No.
Okay. Now, this is a legal question. I know there are specific tax rules, and I believe we've run into this before. They're in the larger section, and I don't know if it's just tax liens. Years and years and years ago, we had someone that we could not renew their license until they had some sort of tax liability cleared. And
There's nothing reported on the Indiana Department of Revenue website.
Okay.
This is all completely in the court system. There's no like tax lien or anything
Okay.
anywhere.
Yeah, if there was something with them, they would have a hold on that license.
Right.
And then the individual has to provide us with what's called a clearance letter.
Right, okay.
But yeah, there's nothing there.
I knew that there was a weird tax connection. Okay. And that was from many, many years ago that individual had it. But there is no hold, so that does not relate to us in any way. How is it going with the probation and the restitution?
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, there's been no, knock on wood, no issues. We just, like I said, I go to the kiosk, report in, and that's pretty much it.
Okay. I kind of view this as one of those nexus to practice issues that I think nationally they call it nexus to practice. Here we call it convictions of concern. Of course, almost everything falls under a conviction of concern, but my question is, yes, she's arrested. Yes, she's on probation, but does this in any way impact her ability to practice safely?
I just have one question that
Sure.
hasn't been addressed yet. Under the probation, talks about random drug testing.
Mhm.
Was there a problem with substance use or abuse, or is that?
I think it's
part
just
of
a
the
condition of
you
probation.
said? Okay.
I've never
They-
been called to submit.
Okay.
but I
that
have no
was not
problem.
An issue.
Oh,
that
no.
led to any of this.
Yeah.
Okay. Just had to clarify.
It looks like maybe that's just part of
It
their
kinda looked like
standard,
it was like a
standard
slash
terms and
this.
conditions. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but that is a reasonable question. And just to clarify, do you have issues with drugs or alcohol?
No.
Okay. So,
My only question.
yeah. Um, I don't see this as a risk to the public. And of course, that's what we're here to determine. She continues to practice, has had no issues. Um, yes, there is an outstanding probation, but that's not really related to the practice of physical therapy. It's not like we were defrauding patients, that sort of thing. Um, does anyone have a recommendation for how we should act on her renewal request?
I motion to renew full and clear.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, you will be renewed. I wish you the best of luck with that.
Thank you. Lesson learned.
Yes.
On taxes and new businesses. So thank you guys very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, I have Lana Beans. And correct me on the pronunciation. Benz, okay. Okay. Ms. Benz is here with a positive response regarding work discipline related. She was suspended from work related to allegations of a HIPAA violation. And again, if you'd just like to walk us through what happened.
Sure. I've been at the same facility for like 17 years. And so sometimes that line between patient and friend gets a little bit blurred. When this friend of mine, who is a patient at the facility, outpatient, was talking to me about some concerns that she had, I chose to look into her record, and I was not, should not have done that. I have been disciplined by my facility. I did a 2-week suspension. There's not been any additional things that were required for me for that. But I've been doing a lot of soul searching and thinking about things, and rest assured this would not happen again.
And are you still with the same employer?
Correct.
Okay. And no other issues?
Correct.
You ever had any discipline prior or any other employee?
No. No. And I've been licensed in 3 different states. I've never had any problems. I've been licensed in all 3 states as a PTA, and then I went back and got my PT degree. So I've been licensed in 2 different states as a PT. I've never had any problems.
What states do you currently hold a license?
Just Indiana for
Just-
PT.
Just Indiana.
Yeah.
Okay. But no other discipline on any other license?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I guess, what have you learned from this situation?
That there are different boundaries between friends and patients, and you can't cross the two. And so I've definitely been a lot more conscientious about, who's asking me to look into this chart? What are they asking me to do? Is this something that's within my scope of practice? Is it not? And so I've told patients that they come up and say, hey, can you look at the, no, I can't. Because I've been there for so long, a lot of the patients know me and they see me and like, oh, hey, you remember me, right? And so they ask me questions, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't do that. If you have an order from your doctor, then I can, look at your chart as I'm doing your evaluation.
But other than that, I don't have the right to look at your chart outside of that.
Any other questions from the board? Do I have a recommendation or motion from the board regarding her license?
I move to renew free and clear.
I can second.
Can second? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yeah, I think I feel that you've learned from this, and so, just keep walking that line.
Right. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Patel?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. Mr. Patel is here with regards to a positive response regarding termination. And I believe this was from a PRN position, and it had to do with documentation and the like. So if you could just give us an outline of what happened.
Yeah, sure. So I was employed with Lifespan as a physical therapy assistant PRN position, and I had scheduled to work on 25th April at one of their building. It was a Saturday, so I worked about 6 hours, have a schedule, about 8 patients I had on that day. And after 6 days, I received a team message from my regional director and HR saying we wanted to discuss about your day on therapy session that day. And I called right away to HR to discuss about what happened on that day. And they scheduled me to talk on the next day on 30th April in a phone call. And we discussed about the patient. So our original director said out of your 8 patients, there was 3 resident. Documentation is not reflecting what you had done with the patient. And we discussed all those 3 residents. And I said, and the regional director said, out of your 3 residents, there was 1 resident that you mentioned about the therapeutic exercise performed, but patient did not did the exercise. Patient done the assisted bike during your therapy session. You did the ambulation training with the patient, but the therapeutic exercise part that you document, that was not performed. And I said like it's might be my typo mistake what usually I had done with patient during therapeutic exercise session on during the day. And regional director said that can be happen, your typo mistake on that. But moving forward, be careful, you review your notes before you submitting and all. And I totally accepted that like how the importance of documentation. And moving forward from that day, I always write down my patient treatment session, like what I have done with the resident. And and before submitting, I always carefully write, like reviewing all the notes before submitting and ending my day through forward. And on that day, the HR say is a PRM position. So we don't want to take the risk and we are trying to terminate you from the position. But make sure you have it change and document properly what you done with the patient all the time. After that incident, I did continue education of specific on documentation, 3 hours. And I have my currently working in a skill rehab also creative health solution that manager also wrote me the recommendation letter. Also, I'm working another PRN. They also recommended me, and I have submitted online like an email yesterday night also. If you need a copy, I have those too.
I believe we have all of them in our files. So was this your first issue?
Yeah, was my first issue. I've been in therapy assistant from 14 years. I worked 7 years in New York State. I hold license on that. Then I transferred to Indiana State.
Do you still hold a license in any other state?
No. Once I move here, I am not holding any other state license.
And previously, have you had any issues with your licenses? in other
No,
states?
not at all.
What would you say that you have learned from this
So
situation?
from this situation, I learned like if I work in PRN position, that's PRN places I don't go again also because it's require if they need help, they call me. And after 1 month or so, if they need help, I go back again. So in this time frame during the PRN and my current workplace, whatever schedule I have, I write it down my patient, what activity I had done with them. I pointing out, likely, like if I done my standing balance, what activity during the standing activity I had done. And I just trying to revive my notes before submitting. And any things happen during that day, I always report to my supervisor and my therapy manager. So if they have a question after I left, I have an answer on that.
That is something about being a PRN therapist that everything has to be, I mean, it should be for everyone, but especially knowing that it might not be the same therapist treating before or after you,
After.
and that your notes really have to reflect accurately what.
And I
was
always
your-
trying to communicate with the teams, whoever see the patient or something. So they are aware like, okay, on that day, what happened with this therapist and something like that. Any major things I report to the therapy manager also.
You know, it's important legally, it's important for your license, but it also is super important for that continuum of care so that the next therapist to treat that patient really understands what activities were performed and how the patient responded to that.
With that lifespan, I've been employed from 2021, and I always had a good communication with them. I also had the performance later from them as also on 2022 and 2023. And always I have a good relation with my patients, their progress. I'm trying to make them better and everything I did.
Any questions from the board? Is there a motion for action on his renewal request? Or discussion?
I'm comfortable.
Fine. I think, yeah,
Hey, let's
I
keep
think the
the streak
discussion
going.
is.
I will make the motion.
Yeah. Okay, it's been moved to renew his license free and clear. Do I have a
Seconded.
second? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Mr. Patel, just use this to make your practice better going forward. Your license is renewed.
Thank you, all of you.
Thank you. Rebecca Steck.
Got a couple of, these are the same.
Okay. Ms. Steck is here, with positive response regarding termination. It involved an injury that was alleged to have occurred due to some improper lifting technique. But I understand that there is some question related to that. And if you would just like to take a moment to briefly give your take on what happened and what the result was.
I've worked for, he said Lifespan. Actually, Lifespan is the therapy part of Cardon. I put Cardon down. So I've worked for them for 30 years. I like them. They're a good company to work for. And I'm going to add this little part because it comes into my termination. In August of 25, I told Christy Johnson, she's the director of all the buildings, that I was going to resign at the end of the year, but I wanted to continue PRN. So the unfortunate event happened September 4th, and I was filling in for a therapist at Brown County. I'd worked several years at Brown County, but I switched to Beltrace. So I was filling in, and there was a PRN OT and we had a patient who was a challenging patient. He had a catheter, he had a TLSO, he had a wound vac, and we asked him, would you like to take a walk? He said, yes. So we said, good, that's great. So we were walking him in the room. I was with the front wheel walker and the OT was right behind him. He gets to the door and he says, I gotta go to the bathroom, which, you know, that's one of our services we offer, right? Let's get the bowel movements going. So we're like, okay, so this is a key to this. He was already up. He was not too far from the commode. So we put him on the commode and he had a significant bowel movement, and the OT and we stepped out, gave him privacy. We came back in, and his strength from the time we got him out of bed to now, it was a lot lower. And it took 3 attempts for me just to toilet him. We'd stand him. Oh, I got to sit down again. It's like, oh my goodness, he's so weak. So I went and got one of the CNAs. I thought it's going to take 3 of us, I think, to get him off the commode and into the wheelchair. So we did that. We were all hanging on to the gate belt, and his legs, he could just hardly even put weight on his legs. So the CNA went and got the stand-up lift, and then she left, and the OT and I put him on the stand-up lift and got him back into bed. So later, he said that therapy had twisted his arm. And so Christy had both the OT and I come to the building. We were scheduled to work at other buildings. And we went through the whole reenactment of the whole treatment. And we used Beth Lehman, was the therapy supervisor, as our patient. And they
Later that day? Or you said
later. So this happened on the 4th. So that next Wednesday. So that was 6 days later. Because in the meantime, he'd said that we twisted his arm. And
But he didn't have weight immediately?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I'm not sure exactly when he reported to nursing that he had.
But like nothing obvious to either of you?
Say what now?
Nothing obvious to either of you two?
No, now he didn't say to us that, but here's something that's real significant. The OT had worked with him the prior 2 days, and he'd said, I have pain in my right bicep. And I actually worked with him the day before, because I was a wound care therapist. So I would go to that building, Brown County, like every other Wednesday just to do wound rounds. In fact, I saw his wound from the wound vac, which was like a non-healing wound. It was not very good. So this was a fragile patient. So I saw him for leg exercises, but we didn't do any walking the day before. So he didn't tell me anything about the arm, but I wasn't doing anything with his arms. I was just doing leg exercises. So after we left, he must have told someone, I don't see CNA or someone, he said, they twisted my arm. And the OT had been reporting that he had this arm pain. And she said the previous 2 days, she'd say, hey, has there been an x-ray ordered? No x-ray. After he said therapy twisted my arm, then they did an x-ray. Said, he's got a fracture of his humerus, right humerus. So that's when we came in and we did the whole, we reenacted everything. So Christy said, well, we can't have you, the two of you, you can't work until she's gonna have to talk to the compliance officer. So later, so we went home, it was on Wednesday, and that afternoon she called, she said, what size was the harness that you used for the patient? This was 6 days prior. I'd gone back to Beltrace and been seeing other patients. I said, I can't honestly say what size it was. And then she said, the other question, she said, did he have both hands on the handles of the stand-up lift? I said, well, I was on the left side, but I don't think he did on the right side because his arm was hurting. So the OT was probably cradling his arm. So the thing about the harness, I was like, I don't know about that, but usually on our stand-up lifts, we have either a medium or a large hanging on there, and that's what you use. And this patient, I do know this, he weighed 189 pounds. I know that because I was in his record. And well, the medium goes up to 220 and the large starts at 190. So to me, it's like, it doesn't matter if it was a medium or large. Plus he had a TLSO that gave him a little more girth, but it definitely wasn't a small or an extra large. It had to been a medium or a large. And our transfer with the lift went without incident. We stood him up out of the wheelchair, got him back in the bed. We put a pillow under his arm because he was talking about his arm was hurting. And again, this is the third time the OT said, he's still having that pain. Can you give him some painkillers? We're still dealing with this pain in the arm. And so that was I got this call on the phone about, what kind of lift and was both hands on there. Then the next day, 9/11, not a good day, 9/11, I get a call at home and said, we're terminating you from your job because for improper use of a stand-up lift. And they said, well, our policy, Cardon policy is you have to have both hands on the lift or you can't use it. And I was thinking, I've worked for Cardon for 30 years. I had never heard that you have to have both hands on the lift. So I actually called 2 companies, and that paper has information about that at the back of it. These 2 companies that are Easy Stand, that we use, 2 companies, they said, no, you can actually use a stand-up lift with like a hemiplegic or an amputee if they can put weight through both legs. And he could. Now, he obviously was weak, so he didn't put a lot of weight through his legs, but that's not a Easy Stand policy. And I thought, I never heard that from Cardon. And I'd seen CNAs, they use a hemiplegic and they use the stand-up lift. I thought, did they just make this up? Did they just add? Because I'd never heard that before. So, but I was terminated at home, and then I hurried up and I called the PRN OT. I said, I just got terminated. So she quickly resigned because she's a young therapist and she didn't want a termination on her record. So I bring up the thing about that I was going to be leaving. I think it made it easy for them to terminate me, like, she's going to be gone 3 months anyway. I mean, I wasn't going to be gone, but I wasn't going to be full-time anymore. So I really feel that Cardon was concerned that the family was going to sue Brown County. So it's like, okay, well, let's terminate the last 2 therapists that worked with him, and that'll, keep us from litigation. That's kind of what I feel, so.
Do you have any recollection or any knowledge as to whether the OT did in fact document that arm pain in her
I'm sure
documentation?
she's was a very good with documentation. I'm sure she did. Yeah. I'm almost, I think if you go direct, because she was really good then. She kept saying, I don't know, I'm not getting any, traction here. I keep saying they hurt. And it's like, and I'm positive she probably did document that in her therapy notes.
Do you remember there was any like underlying etiology that would have led to
Yeah.
pathological?
Well, yes. That's good you bring that up because, okay, he had a TLSO. So the guy was fragile. He had osteoporosis. And Christy said to me when she fired me, she said, were you aware that he fractured his humerus in June of 25? And I said, I was not aware of that because I was not doing the evaluation. I was just doing treatments. And it didn't say anything on my evaluation, on my, form. Usually you get the little precautions. It didn't say anything about history of fracture. There was no sling or anything. The patient didn't mention that he had fractured his humerus back in June. And being that he was so osteoporotic, I kind of wonder if it had maybe never healed. So,
When you were walking with him with a rolling walker, were there complaints of arm pain?
I don't remember any complaints of that. No, not when we were walking with him. That we were just headed to, we probably made it 15 feet max. He's like, I gotta go to the bathroom. And then the 15th. So, and I'm working for them PRN.
And do you plan to go back there if?
Yes, I'll go back to the waters. Mhm.
Have you had other issues with patient falls, injuries, anything of the sort?
No, I was always, better safe than sorry. That was kind of my thing. Is like, if I even thought I might need a second person, I always would have somebody else with me. So, no,
Questions?
Something I just thought of, were there cognitive issues with the patient?
Um,
That it's like.
yes, and it would have been mild, but, yeah, the fact that he didn't mention about his arm being fractured back in June makes me, there was some cognitive issues. And later, just to add this, one of the other therapists there, this was after we got fired. He said, well, I sure hope I didn't get those girls in trouble. And that therapist didn't say anything because the damage was done. I was like, yeah, you did, buddy, but it's like,
I don't see any gross negligence or patient safety issues. Unfortunately, things like this happen sometimes, and
You haven't had any other issues before?
no.
they're not discovered until later. And
I think this is just a case of policy covering.
Yeah.
so, my recommendation would be to renew unless we have further discussion. And if there is none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second? All those in favor?
Aye. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. My thought is try to go till about 2 and take another short break. Would that be agreeable? Okay. Robert
I
Long,
like we're making better time than 2 years ago.
don't say that.
Time for him to go now.
What's that?
It says time for him to go
I was
now.
gonna say, you've just said it's awfully quiet around here.
Yeah, 2 years ago, I was upstairs
I know.
for like
Hours.
hours.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Okay. Mr. Long is here for a positive response regarding an arrest. And it looks like maybe there were 2 arrests. So if you could just kind of start at the beginning and walk us through all this.
Yeah. So the first one was April of 25. I was arrested for a DUI, OWI, that's what they're called. And I was leaving my girlfriend's apartment and we had a little argument. So I made the poor choice to go home and we were drinking. Um, she, not to put blame on anyone else, um, was my doing. She was a drinker, so unfortunately, her activity was drinking, so it kind of blended into being my activity too. Um, we ended things, and about a year later, not exactly a year, it was 11 months later, so it would have been March of 2025, 2026, excuse me. I was arrested for a PI. I made the poor choice of going out to the bar, and one thing led to another, and I got myself incoherent and was arrested in a back alley. Um, Apparently, I was belligerent and I was going, I guess, pretending like I was going to chase somebody that was leaving their job. I guess I banged on his window. I do not remember this. I was blacked out at that time, which is concerning to me. Um, and so um, I was put on probation, and I'm currently serving probation in Wabash County. Um, I'm working, and I've done substance abuse treatment through Bowen Health. I'm active in my church. Um, I do individual therapy every 2 weeks. Um, it's clear to me that I've made poor choices in my personal life, and that fall below the ethics and standards of being a PTA. And I am shameful and regret those decisions in my personal life.
Thank you. How long are you on probation?
I am on probation until May of 2027. The exact date, I was actually looking for it. I do not have it.
Okay, thank you. And when you got your OWI, you were placed on probation at that point?
It was either a year of probation or 3 months house arrest. I thought at the time I just kind of wanted to be out of this, feeling pretty shameful and regretful then too. So I did 3 months house arrest. It was pretty severe to serve that, but yeah, I got through that, no issues. Was let off of that, and I was fine for about 3 months until I had another lapse in judgment.
Um, but you have been involved in some recovery services and treatment?
Yeah, absolutely. I did send it to the PLA. I completed 12 weeks of, it's called Matrix Relapse Prevention, um, just preventing relapse, and just identifying and, thinking through what I have to lose and making better choices.
And do you feel that at the time you had issues with drugs or alcohol?
Um, Apparently I do. It's clear to me that alcohol and me they don't mix, and I make bad decisions when I drink. So at this point, I don't have any excuses. I just have to realize that alcohol affects me a certain way, And the best way to prevent anything from happening is just to abstain from it.
You worked through this program, do you, and I see that it just finished, do you continue to attend any meetings or counseling or anything like that outside of this program?
Yeah. So I go to individual therapy sessions every 2 weeks and see a therapist, and he works at the same place, and he's been following along with the substance abuse treatment.
Are you currently working?
Yeah, I am.
And where do you work?
I work in Logansport, Indiana at the Chase Center. I started there full time about a month ago, and it's been good.
Any workplace issues, any concerns in that regard?
No, so I've been practicing for 11 years now. I graduated in 2015. I haven't had any workplace issues, no terminations.
Any other questions from the board? So the current probation is for the public intoxication, but that is compounded by the previous OWI, which we have not addressed from a licensing standpoint because it was recent. And he is still on probation through criminally through May of 2027. So
I was gonna say, I'll make the motion that we renew, but how we normally, but with, while he's on probation and all.
any objection to that?
Indefinitely, do you think indefinitely for 9 months? Or a year?
Criminally, he comes off May 2027.
Right.
Question is that nine, I mean,
Yeah.
my math is not mathing right now as
Yeah.
far as counting months.
So like 7 or 8 was like,
Exactly.
It's
We could say
close.
10 months and
10
that would
months.
get him through because depending on where our meeting
Yep.
falls and
Oh.
where that, so it could be 10 months and that would still give him the opportunity to apply for next August for a hearing.
Yeah.
If that went well. Okay. I know we get stuck into those 3-month increments. So I guess first question, just to make sure before we discuss all terms, is the board leaning towards probation of that indefinite with a 10-month
Yes.
limit? Okay. So then, terms would be to complete the criminal probation successfully. Personal and supervisor reports, personal discussing any ongoing treatment and, issues with sobriety and otherwise. Supervisor report, of course, speaking to, any workplace issues or, performance, signed order within 10 days. And, do you think we need any other terms?
I don't feel as strongly to the HRRI in this case, but I do think it's a good tool.
I agree.
The personal portion of it, at least.
Yeah,
I don't see a work issue
right.
as primary issue.
I mean, we can,
The 5 modules.
yeah, we can require it. Again, I don't feel that it is punitive per se and may be more effective than a basic CE course that for just kind of evaluating your own personal issues or needs or, you know, with the full intent of creating a better clinician.
It's gonna find your blind. If you're open to it, it will help find blind spots.
So, and I think adding that in addition to any therapies that he's currently going through, you know, is only going to benefit him in the future. So, I can't think of anything else that I would put on that. And I would say only the personal side is required. I mean, he's welcome to continue on and to do all of the other portions of that. So, Mr. Long, we are kind of talking amongst ourselves, and I don't know how much you heard or paid attention to a previous case from earlier. We are discussing renewing your license on probation. And that would be for a term of, it's indefinite. So if something goes wrong, we can keep you on probation. But if you do all the things we ask and you feel like you're ready, we're saying in 10 months, so that should get you through the end of your criminal probation, that you can then request a hearing to come off the probation. And we've included some terms in there. You have to have your employer sign your order and return that to us just so that we know that they're aware that your license is on probation.
They are aware too. I was
Well, yeah, and
upfront with them.
you know, the criminal stuff, but this just says officially your therapy license would be on probation. We would ask for a personal report from you, just a letter to the board submitted before each of our meetings, detailing how things are going, any treatment that you're getting, any progress that you've made, how you're feeling about life and work, and, you know, just general update on you individually. We will also ask you to have your supervisor send a report quarterly for each of those meetings, detailing your clinical practice. Are you on time? Is your documentation done? You know, how are they feeling about you as a practitioner? And then the other part of that is this healthy practice resource that we would just ask you to do the 5 personal modules, complete them and submit the certificates that you receive. And this is more of a self-reflection in different areas of your personal life, really to help you better understand maybe where things went wrong, where you might still have issues, and really to help improve your situation. A lot of people find this, you know, really helpful. It might identify blind spots or issues that maybe you don't realize you have, or maybe you've already worked through them, and you know, there's not much to report on that. But we just ask that you work through that honestly, and that would be completed by the end. You know, it has to be completed before you can apply to come off probation. Okay. So would you agree to those terms if that is what the board votes?
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
getting to that point in the day.
that point.
Yes, and I would just like to add that, you know, I've grown so much as a person and I'm not done growing as a person. So,
Great.
yeah, that's perfectly
Well,
fine.
hopefully this healthy practice resource will continue that progress, and then you can tell other clinicians about it, because it is really good for just we all have issues. And identifying those is the first step to get, being better. So, do I have a motion from the board to renew his license on probation indefinitely for no less than 10 months with the terms and conditions as previously discussed?
I'll make that motion. Okay.
Moved, and Therese, would you like a second? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. You will get that order, officially. It takes a little bit, for those to come out, but, continue doing what you're doing. And, hopefully we can put all this behind us, by this time next year.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
I just had a question. Do they have to then submit, like when they come off of probation? Like the form and send it in?
Which form? Oh,
Well,
their
the
criminal
when the
probation.
criminal's done and then.
That's generally.
Yeah, generally.
That's what, I mean, that's
Yeah,
what I've seen in
that's-
the past, so.
And
I
then
thought-
that's when I was money.
Yeah,
Okay,
whenever,
that's what I thought.
whatever documentation you get when it comes to ending your criminal probation,
Okay.
just go ahead and submit that
Okay.
to us too. That way we have official notice that it has been completed successfully. Okay. Thank you.
I didn't know if that was
No,
said
But thank you for mentioning.
somewhere.
yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And the other thing, like, when we do like the signed order, it's also for like any of their, PRN locations as well. Correct? I didn't know if you knew that with that as well, because it's usually included in it. Yeah, so if someone has
Yeah,
more than
I'd
one.
say
work-
for any and all
Okay, any and all supervisors.
employers.
I just wanted to make sure you knew that. 'Cause
Yeah, because
that's a little
it's
different.
really common in therapy to have more than one job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Take those notes for myself. Sabrina, is it noon? Noon? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
I'm Brian Cook. I'm her attorney. Brian's with the Wyatt Cook's Common Spelling.
Okay. Ms. Noon is here with a positive response regarding an arrest, and as her attorney is present, I will let you go ahead and let us know what's going on.
Thank you. I handled the drunk driving case for her. So she was charged in January this year of operating a vehicle intoxicated and operating a vehicle with an alcohol concentration of 0.08 to less than 0.15. So the way the criminal schematic is, as far as seriousness go, you have murder is the top, F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6 felonies, like a repeat drunk driver often will get an F6 felony or someone, a domestic violence with some injury or in front of the kids. Then it goes down to a misdemeanor for an accident, driving with injury or endangerment. And then B misdemeanor, like public intoxication. C misdemeanor is operating a vehicle intoxicated without endangerment, as she was accused of. And operating with 0.08 to 0.15 gets you a C misdemeanor. If it's 0.15 or more, you get charged with a misdemeanor. So then you have traffic tickets and ordinance violations. So the bottom of the least serious crimes you can be charged with, she was charged with 2 C misdemeanors. It's kind of half of one, 6 dozen of the other. You can't be convicted of both. We worked out a plea agreement March 2nd of this year, actually March 3rd. And it was to operating a vehicle intoxicated without endangerment, Class C misdemeanor. She got a year probation. She's set to be off March 2nd of this year, March 2nd of next year. There was no accident involved. There was no injury involved. She was the only person in the car. She was pulled over for a headlight being out. She wasn't aware it was out. So it was a technical pullover for alcohol concentration equivalent. was 0.110 on a certified breath test. She didn't refuse. I get a lot of these actually after COVID. For some reason, my female clients and driving, it's usually double, triple, and I've had 4 times the legal limit kind of thing. And a 9 out of 10 for some reason are refusals. She didn't refuse. She was on the lower spectrum that I see on alcohol consumption, and she was cooperative with officers. She wasn't a jerk. She wasn't threatening. She wasn't obnoxious, and you see some of that happen too sometimes. She has no other criminal history before that or since. She's been on probation about 5 months. She's scheduled to be off in 7 months. She has no prior licensing issues. She works physical therapy at Athletico in Carmel. She's up here for this was the positive response for renewal. She's got to report monthly to Hamilton County Probation. There are all kinds of terms. It's random drug and alcohol testing. You can't commit new crimes. You can't change addresses, et cetera, without letting probation Hamilton County know. If you want to take a trip somewhere, if you want to go out of state, you got to get permission. You can't possess any firearms. There's all kinds of strict monitoring in Hamilton County, unlike some other places. So if she, aside from what she has to answer for this board, she has to answer for another 7 months for criminal probation in Hamilton County. And that's serious because if someone doesn't take it seriously in Hamilton County, they're looking at jail time rather than just not getting their license renewed for physical therapy. The crime didn't involve a felony. It wasn't a crime of dishonesty or moral turpitude. It wasn't a crime of violence. It wasn't sexual in nature. It did not involve her employment for physical therapy. She's also completed well, it was after you started before probation and completed a substance abuse evaluation and treatment. Because IOP was once a week for 16 weeks. She's provided, I think she sent an email providing proof of the assessment and the completion. I'm trying to think if I missed anything. I had quite a while to review everything. So we have our hat in our hand. I've seen you renew license without free and clear. I've seen you put people on probation that's indefinite, since other things. And I would ask you just consider all these factors. This was a one-off. This was an error in judgment. This isn't someone blacked out drunk chasing someone. This isn't anything to do with not doing her job right as a physical therapist. So we have our hat in our hand here, and we actually appreciate the fact we've got a chance to see the different people coming before the board and how you make decisions tailored to each case. So we'd ask that you consider renewing her free and clear. And I've seen you, and I've had cases with other types of license holders where there's been indefinite probation and they have to petition to get off. But I would ask you to consider renewing her license free and clear. And if you won't, if you would at least put a definite end date of her probation, so she wouldn't be having to file a petition and come back down, et cetera. Although it is good to see you all.
It's lovely to see you as well, even though we've never met before.
I was down here for the manicurist, and it was a manicurist hairdresser.
Cosmetology.
Last fall, and it was a 1 o'clock, 1:30 hearing, and we got called at like 7, I think it was like 6:30 or 7:30 at night. So this is like not too bad of a wait compared to that.
Well, we appreciate that. We're doing our best.
Real quick, Mr.
Yes.
Can you just clarify? I saw somewhere where it looked like she's in probation more like January of 2027. And then I think you just said March.
Yeah,
early
that's-
Well,
March.
she was charged January 6th of 2026.
And it's a year. Okay.
Or yeah, and so
I just
we
wanted
did the
to
plea agreement on March 3rd of this year, and so it's a year probation, so ends, the probation order even indicates that probation date, stop date's March 2nd, 2027.
Yeah, I took the classes before I got, like the charge.
Right, she did an assessment January 21st. I
Mhm.
like to hit the ground running, even if I win a drunk driving case, I like people to have some attention brought to what issue got them to see me. In the range of clients I have, I deal with a lot of good people, but I deal with some people that are, someone might call very difficult and some of them can be dangerous. Some of them can't be trustworthy. She's in the good boat. She's in the one-off. She'll probably never see me as a lawyer again. I'm thinking she's in that class of people. So, and I understand there's monitoring for different reasons. And I like the fact that this didn't involve her physical therapy employment. It doesn't reflect adversely on her character. It was a bad decision. And it's really, this is one consequence for a decision. She comes down here, gets to spend the day with her lawyer, and seeing not following all the rules, not only in getting yourself arrested, not following all the rules in the job. I didn't realize, as a lawyer, I handle most of criminal defense. I didn't realize that people don't do their jobs right as physical therapy, they'll get called down here. So it's been very edifying.
So, Ms. Noon, if I could just ask you a couple questions.
Yeah, that's fine.
Could you just explain the circumstance of what led to the OWI? You were pulled over for a headlight, but
Yeah, I had a holiday party that I went to, and I think it started like around like 5 o'clock. We left at like 11:30. My last drink was at like 9. And my friend, who I kind of take care of for the most part, I knew she was gonna drink and drive, so then I took her home and took care of her like up in Noblesville. Then I was on my way to my boyfriend's house, off of 96 in Allisonville, but I got pulled over in downtown Noblesville for the headlight, and they asked me if I knew that I had the headlight on. I was like, I had no idea. And they asked if I've been drinking, and I said, yeah, I did a couple hours ago. They just did the tests, and then I blew a .1, and then I got arrested at that time.
and so you went through your counseling treatment. Tell me about that. Tell me, what you got out of that program.
Yeah. So it was through Alpha Counseling. So I had it every Monday via Zoom at 6 o'clock. It was just like an hour session. So each person had about like 5 to 15 minutes to kind of talk about the topic of the day, talking about like guilt versus shame with like substance abuse, if people had like priors before, if this is the first time. To me, it was kind of eye-opening in the sense of I thought I had it bad, but a lot of people have a lot worse than I have. But it just kind of just opened my eyes to, I guess, like substance abuse. I don't really have that. Like, I only drank socially. That was probably, I would go out maybe once a month, if that. So, I think it just was just more eye-opening to me that I think it's hard to not take care of other people and forget about yourself. And I think at that night, I should have just thought about me at that moment and just been smarter.
And the people that have one drunk driving, my advice I give to them is, if you drink, don't drive, and if you drive, don't drink. She can't drink while she's on probation, et cetera. But for someone that's never been in trouble, a great advice is, if you're going to go out drinking, make sure you eat during the day, and make sure you take a backtracker, a device that you can test your blood alcohol level, and do it after, when you haven't drank alcohol for maybe half an hour, preferably an hour. And it gives you a gauge as to whether or not you're close to the line. Because she had taken a backtracker, they're $150. Blowing it, she'd know, hey, I'm not only should her friend not be driving home, but she shouldn't be driving a friend home.
Any questions from the board? You're still with the same employer?
Yeah, I work at Athletico. My clinic manager knows, and so does my regional director.
How long have you worked there?
So I graduated in May last year, so I just started October 28th. I only know that date because it's my boyfriend's birthday. So I'm not a freak with dates, but
Or questions, discussion? Um, as far as actions, we do strive for consistency based on precedent. We always take into account, aggravating or mitigating circumstances. The fact of the matter for me is that this did occur and that we are still on criminal probation. Um, I don't necessarily see this as a pattern, but it is probably our most common legal issue that we come across as a board. And so we do have a long history of dealing with these cases. Do board members have any thoughts on what to do?
I lean towards our established standard. And I know, like, I understand where you're coming from for wanting a definite end, but the indefinite helps us protect patients in the community if something is to happen. In the meantime, better. So I think the indefinite probation is the best cause here. And yes, it stinks. You have to come back down here in a couple months. I get that, but like, it's the best way to protect everyone.
Yeah, and that is statutory
Yeah.
for us that we have to have it indefinite because that allows us to maintain control, if you will, if a licensee does not comply with the terms. Otherwise, there would be no reason for anyone to comply. They'd just come off probation. So on advice of our counsel, that is not something that we can change. So, I don't necessarily disagree with the idea. I just can't do it. But I think that the indefinite part is written in there for the purposes of public protection, because we always think that we want to think the best in everyone. I say we are in rehabilitation, and we look to our licensees and always want to think that we can rehabilitate them as well. That there was an issue, that we can return back to safe practice. But as you've seen today, sometimes things go awry. So we have to have that as our way of fulfilling our mission of public protection. So I think that the recommendation would be that we renew on probation, indefinite, with the term of getting through March.
Nothing again.
7 months, 8 months.
I can't remember what month it is a lot of
I
times.
was gonna say, I should have had a calendar here for myself so that I can count forward to where these probations end, because look, we don't want to keep you on any longer than you have to. We want you to be able to apply when your criminal probation is done and have that settled at the next meeting. We don't want it to drift over into another meeting and then we're going on, much much longer than what we intended. So
Is the meeting after March, is it the next one in May?
May.
mid-May? Okay,
Yes.
so, and she'll get a notice of discharge that we can submit to
yes.
the board and then a petition to release.
Yes, you would get discharged from your criminal probation. That would be turned into the PLA. And then honestly, all it takes is an email to Toby saying, I would like to petition. Is that correct or has that changed?
It's actually changed.
Okay,
We have a litigation section on our website and you go, the form is provided right there. You just petition to have the probation lifted. Then our litigation staff will get you scheduled to come in for that meeting, the next available meeting for your hearing to request to have that probation lifted.
It is an official hearing to come off. The burden would be on the clinician to demonstrate that they have done everything we've asked. But if you have done everything we have asked and turned it in, it's a pretty quick and easy turnaround on those hearings. So, so what did we decide month-wise?
The 8.
8? Okay. Thank you for being my official mathematician. So, 8 months. Again, I always think that the personal and supervisor's reports are helpful. It helps us to determine, that way it's not specifically a punitive probation. It is a way for us to continue to monitor that everything is going well personally for you, everything's going well professionally, that those two areas, if there's an issue in one, it's not overlapping into the other. And again, our job is public protection, so that's where we need to monitor that. If you're in compliance with Hamilton County, we don't have to include anything like, drug or alcohol screening or anything like that. You've already gone through the treatment, so we've got that aspect taken care of as well. We would need a signed copy of the order. And we just brought this up from this employer and any other employers, should you change jobs or decide to add on additional jobs, that would just, sign that says they're aware of the discipline on the license. And the question of healthy practice.
Yeah.
Do we, I don't find it as relevant in this case.
I don't either.
Okay, I think that would, you are always welcome to do the healthy practice resource. It is a free resource available to anyone,
Like we
not
need this
even just
recorded.
physical therapists.
Lawyers too, maybe I should pick it.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
actually.
Yeah, I mean,
be
I'm saying
surprised.
it's an interesting dive into your personal and professional life. And it's not tracked by anyone. Like nobody gets the answers. It's not saved. It literally, once you submit the kind of reflection on it, it issues a certificate if you want it, but you don't even have to go that far. But I don't think we need that in this case. So we're just looking at the probationary term with signed orders, quarterly personal and supervisor reports. Okay.
And you say you want one of those 2 weeks before your
We
meeting?
we prefer them 2 weeks before. We don't always get them like that, but if you really want to stay on top of things, if you want them, keep us happy.
How long will it take the order to get to us? Because the last one I had last year, it took, I think
So,
you mentioned 90, it could be 90 days before we get the order.
right, we have
Okay.
per statute, whoever is drawing up that order has up to 90 days to get that order drafted and processed and sent out. I'm not going to say that it will take the 90 days, but they do have up to 90 days to get that out. So until we have that final order, the license will still reflect valid to practice.
Okay.
And then once we get the order, then our office can switch that over to the probation status. And then it'll actually take the expiration date out to 2 years from now. Okay.
And then
She's
being
paid
on,
the licensing fee too.
Yeah.
I think.
and then being on probation, does that mean like there's certain like insurance I can't like work with at all, or like what does that entail?
I don't think so.
I don't
Any-
think so. Like,
Okay.
that would be
Only
a
issue, you know,
corporate question.
Okay.
for job purposes, you know, sometimes employers aren't aware of the situation, and
Right.
that's really where employment issues may come up.
Okay.
Or if you changed jobs, you would then have to say, hey, my license is on probation. But as far as, in practice, I don't think it has any,
Only in a rare case have I ever heard of it, if it was something in like the medical malpractice.
yeah, I think it would have to be
fraud
fraud,
or
medical
medical
malpractice,
malpractice.
some sort of, and that I think has to do more with a criminal conviction rather than the license. So it should not change your practice in any way.
Okay.
But it is something just to be aware of. If you would decide to change jobs, that
Oh, not like
there are questions, you know, questions may come up because it is kind of that yellow flag.
Right, yeah.
So, so my question is, do you agree to these terms?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And so do I have a motion from the board to renew on probation with the terms as discussed?
Motion to renew, with probation, with terms as discussed.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you very much for being here.
Awesome, thank you.
Good to see you.
You too.
Do y'all take lunch ever or?
We had a snack.
Lunch somewhere was too long of a wait, so I had to run back here. I guess I could stand to lose some weight though, but good to see you.
All right, thank you. Are we ready for a quick break?
Mhm.
Okay. 15?
That's fine.
Does that work? We're going to start back up and we will call Stephen White to the front. Good afternoon.
Hello.
So Mr. White, had a positive response regarding termination. And, if you could just kind of heard what goes on, if you could just briefly describe what happened, in regards to this issue.
Well, I was the director of rehab for Synchrony Rehab at St. Mary's Healthcare Center in Lafayette. And I worked there for about 2 years. Everything went really well for most of that time. I worked really long, hard hours. Tried to, bring in a lot of staff. Solve a lot of issues that were there. They were really hurting for staff whenever I hired on there. And we were successfully able to do that. It was a it was very it's a very painful experience for me because I put in a lot of time and energy to build up the department there, and recruited a lot of staff, and I had a lot of really good people, really great clinicians. I was very happy with them. They were very strong clinicians. And so there was several people that got promotions out of the department, and things were going really well. And then things after we promoted a PT to another department, and she became a DOR. And then we were absent for a PT for like a year, and I had to, you know, it was all PRN PTs coming in. And so we were doing it successfully though. Everybody was pretty happy with that, and it was a lot of work, but we made it work. And again, had really great clinicians. And then we finally, after about a year and a half or so, we found somebody for the PT spot that had been vacant, you know, no applications. And she was a strong personality, and she was actually a really good PT. I was really happy when she came in because we needed somebody. It was just me as a PTA, another CODA. We had a speech therapist working there, really great speech therapist. But she was, we just needed somebody on the PT or OT side to give us like that additional oversight on a regular basis. And when she came in, she was, like I said, very strong personality. And I was really happy because she was like really on compliance. And I was like, we actually need that, you know, like we get a little fast and loose sometimes. And we need somebody like that. And she was that to a very high degree. And so that kind of shifted the culture of the team and the organization. And I don't think anybody was really ready for how strong that impact would be. But it wasn't a bad thing. And so just that continued. And I guess I don't really know. There's just so many things. It's just there were a lot of issues that started to compound all at once. And I I tried to lead the team and was trying to accomplish some of the organizational, you know, objectives and be creative. And the PT and I butted heads on that one issue. We just had a disagreement, difference of opinion. And after that occurred, um, I guess my team called compliance on me. And then there was an investigation. They put me back into work, and then there was a significant write-up to me. And prior to this, I had never been written up. I had never had any issue. And so I was like, man, where's all this coming from? And anyways, after my supervisor had written me up, and he was encouraging me to, like, you know, I could turn it around, I could turn it around. And so from that point on, I was like, okay, I'm gonna right the ship and do my best to not make any mistakes. You know, I I had lost all, they kind of had undercut, I leaned on my team to help and delegate things to. And they decided they weren't going to help me anymore. So I talked to my wife, and I was like, well, I'll just work harder, you know. And because the write-up, like my supervisor had mentioned, hey, the one of the staff members isn't comfortable with you delegating this to them. Don't delegate it to them anymore. I said, okay. He just told me that verbally. And I stopped. I discontinued that behavior. And then that didn't stop them. That didn't stop that particular person from using that power that I had given them to adjust the schedule whenever they deemed fit. And so they continued with that, even though I stopped and I told them, don't do that anymore. And I was written up for that. And that was part of it. And I was just like, I don't understand, because when you verbally told me, I ceased. And it continued, and it wasn't my doing. I didn't want it to occur, but I couldn't control that. And so, anyways, eventually, after a few more weeks of me trying to do more by myself. And I mean, it got pretty bad. It got to the point where if I would, as a DOR, I'd get called away. I'd be in patient care and there'd be something that would come up and they would want to pull me away. And, whether it's a meeting or anything. And prior to that, I would be like, I could count on my staff to help me out. Like they would say, okay, we'll take over with this patient or we'll take them back to the room, make sure they get back there safely. That was not going to occur. So I was going to have to be like, the meeting will have to wait and I'm going to have to like take this person personally back all the way and then come all the way back to the meeting, and it's going to be a while before I can get there. So just that the whole team just disintegrated and it was terrible. Like I said, I've worked really hard and tried to support those people, the staff, and help them through times where they were having difficulty and elevate them. But it just, and then I ended up, because I didn't trust my supervisor, there was something that one of my subordinates was doing and it wasn't right. It was out of their scope and I didn't feel comfortable reporting it to my supervisor because I didn't trust him any longer. So I called compliance myself and notified them that this occurred. And I notified them about some other behaviors that were occurring with this individual. And instead of like saying, anything, they basically were like, well, why are you bringing it up now? And I was like, I overlooked it and I think we need to start correcting it, and it was a mistake to overlook it and now, but they didn't want to hear anything from me. I was verbally terminated from my, eventually, and my supervisor took me outside. He told me he had to let me go, and he tried to justify this other person working outside of their scope, saying it wasn't a big deal. And I said, no, I tried to delegate them an activity that was within their scope. They declined to do that activity, and they chose rather to spend their time doing something else in another scope of practice. He got upset. He told me to just get my stuff and get out of there. He also cited another, they were having trouble getting an OT staff to come there, and they didn't want to come and work there because they were afraid that I was going to call compliance on them, so. But anyways, I don't know. I guess I failed them as their leader. I don't know. I asked if I could come back in and finish the documentation for the patients that I'd seen for that day. And my supervisor agreed to that. I came back in, I documented for the treatments that I completed for that day to try to finish out as best I could. And then that was it. That was it. So,
Give some dates. I don't know if I have any,
oh yeah,
like in mind of,
it's,
when were you terminated? I guess.
I don't even know. I turned it in. I'm sorry. It's a very painful memory. I submitted some, I asked for the termination and the documentation for the termination and for the write-up from,
Listed as like a file in his application, but I don't know that I see it in my.
March of 2025.
Yeah, I have March of 2022 to March of 2025 in
Oh,
the
that's-
trilogy
okay.
letter.
so-
Okay,
Got you.
so, and you said you have no records from Trilogy other than this letter just saying that, yes, you were a former employee.
I don't know if you guys, I CC'd the PLA board whenever I was requesting the documentation from Synchrony. Did anybody get any of that? I'm sorry, I apologize. Because I was asking for it I asked to know why I was terminated because I was never really given a reason.
Okay. And where are you currently working?
Ascension Home Care?
Okay. Is that this,
Oh, the
Director-
performance review?
clinic, is that the performance?
Yes, I apologize. Yes, I submitted a performance review for my current employer and yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. How's the documentation going?
Good. Yeah. So it's funny she put that on there. We had it was around the time before the reviews occurred, I think. No, it was maybe after. It was probably after. But yeah, she put that on there and basically I told her I could make some adjustments to um in my visits and yeah, my documentation is completed almost all the time by the end of the day now. Documentation, yeah, yeah. So I had a different way of doing it. I made a little adjustment, and so it's all completed by the end of the day versus at the end of the week. I guess I would pile it up, but
Are we seeing any of that?
And I see where he emailed somebody from
Mm-hmm.
saying the PLA board because of trying to show good faith and inquiring, blah, blah, blah. But we
Yeah.
never got anything.
yeah. So they eventually somebody within the organizational HR or somebody, I think it was Brandy, maybe something. She said, "Oh yeah, I'm happy to help," and then she kind of like disappeared for a couple days, and then she said after reviewing it with the legal team they couldn't disclose anything, and so they didn't provide anything.
What we do have is that makes sense from Brandy Hamilton. We do have just a confirmation that you were a former employee
Yeah, yeah, they wouldn't.
for these dates.
Yeah,
Okay.
Which you guys were from reality or
Trilogy. Yeah.
Is there more information from Trilogy? Just that, the one document. Okay, just want to make sure. So, it sounds like there was a lot going on, interpersonal relationships and delegation and all that kinds of thing. At any time, did any of this carry over into patient care?
No, I don't think so. It got pretty crazy because there was so much. It was a lot going on for sure. But I was hammering them pretty hard because of the things that were going on. Actually, there was a time when I was treating two patients concurrently, and I was getting some nasty text messages, and so I notified compliance, and they took care of it internally there. But it was because it was obviously distracting to me, and I said this is supposed to be a professional work environment, like what's going on. But I believe they did the right thing on that. But yeah, no, it was just not from not from my perspective. I always felt like I was taking good care of the patients. I advocated strongly for the patients. Probably that got me in trouble with a lot of the clinicians. Sometimes they would want to be done, and I would be like, but the family really wants this done. The patient really could benefit from this, and that was a point of contention, But no, I don't feel like it affected patient care, and uh, yeah, now in my current role, I love it. I get to spend a lot more time with the patients. I'm not distracted by any administrative, you know, no disrespect to anybody doing administrative things, but I love to spend time with the patients, and it's made me a better clinician. I do feel like God took me on a journey on this one to correct my attitudes in so many ways, and um, yeah, I had a lot of things that were just not where I wasn't thinking quite right, but it's benefited me. Um, just coming to this hearing has made me keenly aware of the it's a privilege to do what we do every day, to care for people. Before I think I might have said that and been like, oh yeah, that sounds good. But I consider it a privilege to care for the people that we get to care for. And I don't take that lightly. And um, so I do my best every day to mm, to uh, to try to care for the people that I see, and that's all that I can do.
Any questions from the board? I wish we had more documentation, but based on his account, I I feel like interpersonal issues were spilling a little bit over into patient care, but since he is no longer in that setting, it sounds like the issue has been resolved. Are there any significant concerns that I'm not seeing or addressing? Okay. Do I have a recommendation and motion?
I'll make the motion that we renew him free and clear.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, Mr. White, like you said, you've had the benefit of sitting through all this and seeing from your own personal experience and everybody else's how quickly things can go wrong. And so I just, you know, if you feel like you'd benefit from something from like completing that healthy practice resource, I suggest you do that.
I wrote that down. Yeah.
Yeah, just whatever it takes to make sure that you're staying in compliance and really staying true to the job that we're here to do. Okay.
Thank you. And thank you very much. And I have benefited from sitting here. It's been very beneficial. I thought to myself, I need to be more careful. There's so many things that I've seen and heard just today that I'm grateful for this time to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Is it Bria Tyus? Bree, okay. Good afternoon. Okay. Okay, so Ms. Tyus had a positive response regarding an arrest. And it looks like maybe there were 2 arrests, one with failure to remain at an accident scene, including some probation and a very recent OWI, which is in fact pending in the legal system. So that is, so we have to act on a renewal within 120 days. Toby pointed out to me earlier that we meet November 4th and the 120 days ends October 28th. So we have to do something today. And, you know, it may be that we can figure this out, but the other thing I will point out is just being honest here, maybe you're not a very good driver. We have 10 additional violations listed on that in addition to the arrests. So if you could just walk us through what's going on and why you're here.
So as far as the 10 additional violations, I believe are you referring to like tickets that may be on there?
Yeah, there are let's see, infractions, license plate sticker, speeding, operating without insurance, speeding, failure to use safety belt, the failure to provide registration, speeding, expired plates, just, I mean, those sorts of minor things, but those sorts of minor things add up when you look at it as a cumulative thing. You know, what we really want to talk about are the arrests.
I get you.
But yeah, so if you just want to let us tell us what happened.
So as far as the first arrest that took place, that was last year, I believe it was around June or July, where I was driving and going through an intersection. This young man was on a bike. He was at a stop. He was at the cross light. He was at a stop, and I had the light was telling me I had a right of way to go across the intersection. As I approached the intersection, it was going across. I saw it taking place before it even happened. I saw him get up on his, like about to get up on his bike and start to go across the street. So me seeing this take place, like I just seen him getting up, so I knew he was about to take off. So I pressed on my brakes to try to avoid hitting him. I pressed on brakes as soon as I saw it. I was like, I don't want to hit him. You know, that was, wasn't my intention for it to happen. And of course, I was already in halfway through the light for me to try to stop it. But as he came out and came across my car, he stopped right in front of my vehicle. And as I'm pressing my brakes, my vehicle did come in contact with him, but he did not fall off his bike or anything like that. He still was standing upright, and I happened to stop right before, I guess I came in contact with him, but I stopped right before actually, knocked him off his bike or anything like that or dragging him any further. He still was standing upright, as I mentioned before. And then I immediately pulled over, asked him, was he okay? He then became belligerent, started yelling at me, and then was going to reach for something in his pocket. I didn't any longer feel safe in that at that moment to stay at the scene, so I went ahead and drove away. So that way I just was out of his vision of whatever he was going to do. I don't know what he was reaching for. I didn't feel safe, so I went ahead and drove away. Within those maybe like 5 to 10 minutes of me driving away, the police pulled me over and they put me in arrest for leaving the scene.
So you were sentenced at that time to 539 days probation, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were on probation at the time of this new OWI charge. It is an arrest. We cannot really, say what the disposition is going to be if it hasn't gone all the way through court. Have you had court hearings for this yet?
I had court, but they continued it because they still waiting on the results to come back.
Okay. And the results of?
For the blood test.
Blood test. Okay. Have you been informed at all whether this new arrest violates your current probation?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And what what is happening?
Well,
with
they
that?
said it could possibly, if it come back, you know, I
Okay.
guess they're waiting on that. But they, I mean, as far as when I went, into custody, they said, generally, I mean, they called it a violation, but I guess it also depends on what happens with the results.
Okay.
License current and active, or were you
Um,
during the time when your OWI happened?
I was licensed, yeah, and active, yeah.
Like your driving license?
Oh, my driver's license. Oh, did my DUI? No, it was actually suspended, but I was not aware that it was suspended because I had ended up moving from a place that I recently had lived, and I never received any, you know, any type of letter saying that I was suspended, so I didn't know anything about it.
Um, I can't ask any more about the OWI because it is not decided. And,
But it's,
but it, the fact that there wasn't a, I mean, can we
You can
make a complaint?
decision based on cited
Mhm.
charge.
so
Or could we
could-
refer the whole
That's up to you. You can do that.
thing?
Yep, you can do that.
Because I mean, I honestly feel like they play together and,
Yeah.
I mean, and I guess I don't want to speak for the board. What do we feel, because this, we're kind of in that legal limbo. One, the new one could have a very serious impact on
Right.
that old one. Especially when it, you know, it is kind of repeat offenses as well as the issue with a possible probation violation and what that entails
Well,
legally.
it's like a patterning ladder.
Yes.
of offenses.
So, we could make a decision on the first arrest and conviction just based on that, and then refer the new one for, or make a complaint, to the AG's office for investigation. That would do something now, and then we could deal with the something else later, if it does come to that. Yeah,
A possible probation violation.
yes.
It might be cleaner to refer it all to.
That's where I was thinking, because that they're
Yeah.
kind of meshed
It would probably be cleaner
together.
to do, and I'm just suggesting that, but it would probably be a
Be-
cleaner path.
So it
Because then we'd have, if we'd have
Everything
one
would
bit of
be in one.
discipline and then another discipline, and then how do we merge those disciplines? And, I think that would be my recommendation, is to refer it for investigation. We'd wait till the,
So we would deny.
Deny and then.
Deny and then refer.
there,
Bring clear and refer.
renew and refer, or deny and refer.
I don't know that I feel comfortable with the renew, free and clear.
Yeah, I would say deny and refer. Opinion.
I'm trying to recall any precedent, just to make sure.
My only other concern is on the application. Yes, but mentioned the failure to remain at the scene. Didn't mention the recent OWI.
Well, and I guess my question was when, oh, it was signed, yeah, it was a month after. Never
month
mind, I was gonna
after.
say, yeah. Are you currently working? As a,
No, not right now.
Okay.
Only because they did tell me, they said it was, I can practice while being reviewed, but for some reason, they set my expiration date to be the 15th of last month. even though my hearing wasn't until the 5th of this month. So I didn't understand why they did that. But each time I called in to say, hey, they said I could practice, but for some reason they was like, well, if it has an expiration date of the 15th, we can't change it, which I didn't understand it, but that also made it harder for employees to even be able to, use that, saying that I am licensed. So I just left it until my hearing today.
Had you been practicing prior to July?
Yes. Uh-huh.
At minimum, we would renew with probation, right? Because she's on. Right?
If we decided to separate the two cases.
Oh.
I got you. So, like, we could act on the first one and renew on probation, but then we've got this out here, and then that's a violation of the possible violation of the criminal probation, which then our terms would say comply with criminal probation, and then that would violate.
Be violated right back.
It would.
Well, what they can do, if you do it that way and you act on the one that's final and refer the pending one, the AG's office can always, if they choose to take action, they can always request modified probation to, like, so if you place her on, if you place her on probation today, they could always request just to modify the terms of the current probation that she's on. So then if she comes based on the second pending charge after it's final, they can bring it before the board. You can modify terms. Or whatever, they may, whatever they suggest, or, whatever the board feels fair, so.
Okay.
So yeah, if she's already currently on probation, you can still modify that.
That may be our best bet, because I'm not sure everybody feels fully comfortable denying, and I'm not sure everybody feels fully comfortable renewing free and clear.
I think that's kind of the middle of, they're not denying, but it's with probation.
Yeah.
I worry about patient safety from the aspect of like, it's a repeat of several of the same violations that are just kind of.
Well, it's not really the same violation. It's just one
Not driving
violation.
without insurance, like a year and a half apart each time, and like that's.
It wasn't a year and a half apart that I didn't have insurance.
See, I would tend to agree that there is a disregard for, in particular, a certain aspect of the law.
Right.
Specific to driving, but does that then carry over into practice? Is there, if we're willing to willfully violate these, laws, does that then carry over, and are we willing to do that otherwise? Or just disregard, that, just like driving laws are there for everyone's safety, our rules and regulations are there for the safety of the patients.
And I would like to say that I do, I agree with what you guys are saying, and I see everything you guys are saying. And I'm taking it to heart. I'm taking it serious. But I have actually been PTA for like a year and a half now, and I have not had any problems in my workplace at all. As far as following rules, getting documentation done, and I actually been in the healthcare field since 2013. I was a CNA, then I became a therapy aide, and then I became a therapist. So I have a lot of experience in it, and anybody would tell you that I am very caring. I'm very, hands-on, and love to work with people and see people get better. So as far as my professional aspect of it, it would not affect, my professional aspect, what's been said about me. Yes, it happened and it's true. And it's something that I am taking serious, and it's something that once these arrests happen and things happen, I guess prior to, I feel like you don't ever know how serious something is until it happens, and like I said, everybody make mistakes, nobody is perfect. Um, but we all are work in progress, I feel like. But I do know for sure that it will not fall over into my workspace, that I've never had any trouble, never been written up, never been fired. Everybody who works with me, all the therapists who have worked with me have said that I am a great therapist, and even therapists who have worked with me before I became a therapist, they said that as a therapy aide, I done my job. They recommend me to people. I always had positive feedback from my coworkers.
What type of environment do you work in?
I worked in a skilled nursing facility and an assisted living facility and a rehab hospital before. Yeah.
When were you first licensed in Indiana as a PTA?
It has been actually, I think it's like the year and a half mark. I can't remember exactly because I had graduated 2021. Took me a couple years to kind of get the passing of the board. So I believe it has been since just that a year and a half mark when I
got
became.
July of 2023.
July of 2023. Okay. Well, and I guess my concern is that both of these issues have happened in that year and a half or so since you've been practicing, and that our entire role here as a board is to protect the public. And that kind of identifies to me that maybe we're not taking this privilege of having a license as seriously as we need to. That this is a privilege to have a license and not a right. And you worked really hard to get there. Clearly, it's like you spent several years trying to get your license. And, you may be an excellent therapist, but these convictions and then later allegations are very concerning, because we can't fully separate who we are in the clinic from who we are outside. Those aren't two different people. It's the same person. And the requirement is that we follow all the laws and rules, not just those related to physical
No, I
therapy.
understand. I
So-
understand that. Yeah, like I said, what I did absolutely happened, and I'm regretful. And yeah, I understand. I'm not taking anything away from it. I'm taking full accountability for it. I'm just,
Yeah.
saying that. Yeah.
So for the board, what are we thinking? I don't think any of us are thinking right now reading free and clear. If I'm the heads, okay. So I think the next question becomes, do we deny and make the complaint as a whole, or do we approve with probation and then look at changing those terms down the road should that be
Can,
an issue?
can we approve and then suspend while it's being referred? Because my concern is practice.
No.
You can't
No,
suspend the
you can't
license.
suspend.
Okay.
But if we approve on probation, she's gonna have reports from her supervisor, and there's gonna be people keeping an eye.
And look,
on
if it
practice.
were just the first charge, what would we do? It would probably be a
probably-
probationary term, right? Because the OWI is just an arrest at this point, there is no conviction.
Right, but part of me is the patterning.
I agree. But As far as, um, no, I mean, it's a tough one. There's certainly a lot to consider.
And I, looking up to, I mean, it was a felony leaving the scene of an accident. And the charge says serious bodily injury, so.
And to be honest, to speak to that, at the accident, there was no sign of him having any bodily injury, anything like that. And the documents that they, in the affidavit, it said that there was a lot of things that was in there that wasn't correct. He said that he went up on my vehicle, he fell down, and he made up a lot of other things, some saying that other people seen things, you know, it was a lot of things that wasn't correct. But because I know I did leave that scene, I took accountability for leaving the scene, and that's when they charged me with the felony. But there was things in there that was not correct. So I feel like I'd never even seen the fact that if he went to the hospital and there was really, you know, I just don't know if it was things that was made up because other things had been previously made up. So I don't know. Honestly, I didn't get an attorney at the time. I don't know what could have been true or what could have been false. And honestly, like I said, I didn't, you know, like that. I feel like that was an incident that happened that was kind of out of my control as far as him coming out in front of me trying to stop it. Of course, I can't prevent that from happening. And in that moment, I did not feel safe to stay there. So that's why I did leave the scene of accident. But I did not, you know, it wasn't.
Did you call the police when you felt unsafe?
No, I did not, only because I felt unsafe and because at that time, all the situations that was happening of, okay, I'm watching this take place, I'm shook up because all this just took place. I didn't react as fast to call the police right away.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, Toby, if we were to renew on probation now, if the WI charge, is proven, then we could amend to suspension if we felt that that was warranted later.
So the AG's office would have to file a complaint on that one.
Okay.
And then that's when you would have the option to modify probation, suspend.
Yeah. So
Okay.
we can't do that now and go back, but we can start and should that, because, you know, looking ahead, if this goes ahead, it's going to be a probation violation and there's going to be repercussions. And maybe it's not proven, but, you know, I think for me, I'd probably be okay with probation so long as we could amend it later. You know, with whatever add-ons we have, because I mean, we could amend the probation or we could suspend at that point. But I can see this a lot of different ways. So I'm looking to you guys for.
How long of a time do we anticipate it would be for the Attorney General to? do
It
an
depends on
investigation
how
and get her
quickly it
back
goes
with
through
us,
the
though?
court.
That's another factor in my head. I mean,
Mhm.
that could be a long time
But
to
we have
practice.
like a year and a half till she's off of this probation, this first criminal probation.
I mean, well, we just know that like the investigations are like 4.5 months from the report today. And then
Right, that's why I'm.
the case resolution's 2 years.
I mean, unless we can require immediate reporting of any other arrest.
We can, I mean, they're
that
supposed to
could be
do
part
that
of the probation. I would be
anyway.
willing to think about it
I think
outside of
that's
that.
just
Yeah,
the standard language anyway
And that would
in
be,
the orders.
and again, that would
that
be a
they have
violation
to.
of both our probation
Yeah.
and the other criminal probation. So I think we've got safeguards there. I'm not 100% comfortable with it, but
It's the best what we've got.
I think so. I think it gives her the opportunity to work and to prove to us that she can do so safely. but also with that backstop of if anything happens more criminally or, you know, in the workplace, then we have those protections in place.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll make the motion for that.
To, okay, so
To
the,
review with probation.
with newer probation,
with the terms.
I guess we would just need to discuss full terms. If I couldn't do months, I certainly can't do 539 days. I think.
So can I say, they did tell me that I could be off of, well, this is original case. I was supposed to be off of probation once I completed community service work and paid the fee to them. They told me at that point I could be off whenever I do that. Cause it was 40 hours of community service, which I have completed and, still working on making the full payment that I have to make to them. But they said once I did that, I could come off of it. So it wasn't, they set it as 500 and whatever odd days. But once I completed the community service work, which I have done that, and I'm just waiting to be able to work to make those payments. But like I said, I couldn't work just here previously, so because of the,
Well, right now we have to go with what we have in the official document.
I gotcha.
And I don't, given the fact that the rest of it is going to go for further investigation, we're looking at a longer probation because we need time for your other court cases and the Attorney General's investigation to complete.
Mhm.
Okay? So, I have that as 1.47
I was gonna say
years.
it's roughly 18 months.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, I think 18 months.
18 months is where I was, yeah, kind of.
So
Cause
she
like,
was,
either way, she has to come back before us.
she was sentenced on 10/10 of 2025. And it was probation for 539 days, is that right?
Yeah.
That date would be Friday, April 2nd, 2027.
8 months from now. I'm saying a year.
I'd say
I-
we
Yeah.
could go
Yeah.
a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking 1.5 years.
Year and a half.
Yeah, that's where I feel comfortable.
I mean, because the question is then, you know, if we just do a year, if the rest of it's not done by then we go back
Right.
through the whole thing again. And given that this is a more significant concern, you know, I think that I would be okay with 18 months.
I agree.
Okay, so Heather, would you agree to 18?
Mhm.
Okay. I'm about to, yeah, I thought I saw a head nod. Okay, so like 18 months with signed order, personal report. And the personal report, first, you're required to report immediately any issues with the law, okay? Any other arrest violations, anything like that. But in the personal report, you can talk about maybe where things stand with you work-wise or with the criminal cases, like if you do come off probation, you should tell us that. But then it would only be a personal report if you have to do the personal reports all the time, every quarter. If you're working in the physical therapy field, you would need a supervisor's report every quarter. So for every one of our meetings, we would require that your supervisor write us a letter and say, you know, how you're doing, you know, again, are you on time? Are you getting your documentation done? Is your billing correct? All that sort of thing. Any other terms?
HRRI, maybe?
I mean, I also think ethics course
Yeah.
work.
Because I did save some of there are more specific,
Like I was thinking societal. That, but I was trying to do some research on that.
available for ethics and remediation and effective, okay. Um, so the FSPPT has provided a document of ethics resources specific to physical therapy. And so I am just looking through which ones might be um APTA has some on professionalism, ethical challenges in academic and clinical settings. I think we want beyond the usual ethics and jurisprudence. At-home seminars has a 4-course module that ends up being 17 out. Oh, that's Texas specific. It's a 3-course module that ends up being 12 hours of promoting legal and ethical awareness. I mean, we don't normally specify the course, but I think that the situation is slightly different.
Yeah. Can you send me that?
Yes, that, yeah, the list.
Well, the actual, like the specific course that you're wanting.
Yes.
Yeah, show me that for the order.
Yeah, okay. I will. Can we talk through this and
You
then I'll
can-
screenshot it and I'll send it to you?
That's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
But do we think that, that this, it's one that the Federation has deemed appropriate for remediation? It's 3 modules, 4 hours each, promoting, and I think legal is part of the issue as much as ethical.
Right.
So that we would require those 12 hours from the at-home seminars, completing all 3 modules. Anything else?
What was the name of that?
So was that total of 12 hours?
It is a total of 12 hours, and
And that's in ethics, right? I mean,
legal and ethical awareness, yes.
okay.
I mean, I'd just like to see some detail in the personal reports about sobriety, any program she's doing that may be required by the courts or, but anything related to the substance use.
Mm-hmm. And of course, I would ask more questions about that. I mean, I guess we could ask, do you feel like you have any issues with drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am. They currently actually have me on a breathalyzer, and I've been taking that since the first court date that they had for me. It's been a month now, and I haven't had any violations or any trouble with taking those 5 times a day at random. So it's not like I had a problem. It actually was like a holiday weekend, and I was, actually, at someone's house to having a drink. So it wasn't like something that happens always or something I do all the time.
Okay. And I will make sure I get
Actually, I just need to know who is it that offers that course? Is it through the
at-home seminars.
At-home seminars?
It's www.athomeseminars.com.
Okay, that's all I needed from me.
Yeah.
But she'll probably need the.
And promoting legal and ethical awareness, modules 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Anything else?
gonna hit some blind spots.
Yeah,
And we've got a long duration.
and it's free.
Yeah.
So I think that it's gonna be valuable, and I would recommend the whole thing.
Right.
All 10 modules. Because I think there's a risk for the carryover.
Right.
So the, sorry, healthy practice resource. All modules. And it, again, with that resource, it is the first, other courses we're talking about, there's probably a cost. I don't know. This is free. The healthy practice resource, and you can do it in your own time. Like I said, nobody else gets that information. So be very honest with it, because what we're trying to do is to help you figure out where maybe some of these issues are coming from and what you can do to be better, as, you know, a citizen, as a clinician, all that. Okay.
Thank you.
So with those terms, is everyone in agreement? We don't need anything else right now. Okay, and we will refer the other, make a complaint to the AG's office. And then we'll deal with that whenever that gets sorted. So, Beth made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, your license will be renewed. You
Thank
will
you.
be on probation with us as well.
Okay.
Follow everything that it says. If you have any questions, reach out. They can answer those questions. But like I said, this is in-depth, you know, I guess the criminal courts are somewhat like this, but it's indefinite. If something happens and you're not turning stuff in, you can stay on probation longer, or we can violate that probation and take further action, suspend the license, revoke the license, that sort of thing. So this is serious. We're giving you the opportunity to continue to work.
Thank you.
But, you know, like I said, we've still got that other outstanding issue. We'll deal with that when that gets sorted, okay?
I did have a question, because you said I need to turn in paperwork, every, like, quarterly. How do I find out, I guess, the dates of when you guys are having meetings so I can know exactly when to turn it in?
Those are published online.
They're on the PLA website, the physical therapy
Okay.
licensing homepage.
Okay.
If you go to the homepage for the physical therapy, you click on the board information, board member information,
Okay.
then it'll have the list of meeting dates.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. It does, like, the paperwork, does it have to, that I write, does it have to be a certain length, or just?
No, just
explain
an
what's-
updated report of
Okay.
what they're wanting.
Yeah.
And then they'll, in your final order, there'll be an email that you can send those to.
And, you know, my recommendation is to just remember that you are showing us that you are safe to practice, okay? We are putting that trust in you. So these reports are you telling us what's going on, good or bad, and how you're working through that, and what, and, you know, demonstrating that you can practice safely, okay?
Yeah, I don't think I have a problem with that. Like I said, I don't feel like it's with anything as far as my job, but I understand and I will do. And I'll get it into you guys. And I
Okay.
appreciate it.
All right.
And just a point of order, do you agree to the terms of the probation that we just discussed?
I want her to go over it for me because I know you usually sum it up to make sure I understand what all is required of me, and
Yep.
that way I know.
And you will get this all in writing too, so, you will be on probation indefinitely for no less than 18 months. You are required to submit personal reports every quarter and supervisor reports every quarter that you are working as a PTA. When you receive your order, you need to have it signed by your supervisor at every facility that you are working at. So if you have more than one job, they, each of them need to sign it, and then, you can make copies and then send it back to the board at the webs or the email that's provided. We are going to require 12 hours of continuing education in the specific legal and ethical awareness course that is listed on there. Okay. And then the healthy practice resource, we want you to complete all of the modules. And completion means that you will have a certificate at the end of it. So we want you, as you complete those, you don't have to wait till you do all 10 to send those in. As those are completed, please just send them in and we will keep them in your file. Okay,
Gotcha.
does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. So yes, do you agree to those terms as we've discussed?
I do. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I had a question. How, do you know how long those 10 modules are? Do you know in like time frame of how long it takes to complete those? That way I could set aside time. Do you know, or do I have to look and see?
You can come and go from them, and they're, it's meant to be kind of a self-study over time. They give you 1 hour of credit for each module, but so maybe an hour. It just kind of depends on maybe what they identify as issues in that area, because there may be, you'll take a questionnaire and then it'll give you some resource in that wants you to read those resources or read or watch or visit or do whatever they ask. And then it will ask you to complete a survey and give a reflection on what that is. And once you turn that in, you'll get the certificate. So I think some of them are longer than others. Some, if you may have, they may identify more issues in one area than another. It may take more time. But
Okay,
it's just
that's fine. I just want to kind of know. Okay, so I
So,
can set aside time. and know what I gotta do.
you can open that anytime and, take a look, and that'll give you an idea, a little bit of how
Okay,
those run. But again, you can come and go from that, and there's no set time limit on it or anything.
okay. All right.
Was
Thank
there
you.
another question? It can't hurt. It
That's
can't
what-
hurt.
That's what we were thinking.
So,
So
okay.
you've already made your motion on that. You can just make another motion just for that
Yes.
part of it. So you don't have to reread
I
all of
would-
that again.
So I'd make a motion that we also refer this matter to the Attorney General.
And second? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right.
Question, what that happening, because I don't know what that means, to refer it to the Attorney General's office. What does that mean? And will I be having to come back down here after the other cases close, or I just don't know what
It's-
follows?
We're hoping that your OWI case goes through the court. The Attorney General's office will then look at that and make a recommendation to the board, whether we should have a hearing to change the terms of your probation, add time, change what you need to do. They may also recommend that something more, like a suspension or something like that. But the board has that final decision. The main thing is because it's just a charge and it's not decided yet, we can't really act on it. So we do not do our own investigations. The Attorney General's office does that. So really, we're just sending it out for investigation.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, that was all new to me, because like I
Yeah,
said, I'm
and you-
only a year and a half into this, so I don't know how
Wait,
this works.
And they will let you know if you have a hearing scheduled.
Okay.
They will let you know, and it is absolutely critical that you attend that
Oh,
hearing.
yeah, I definitely
So,
will.
yeah,
I'll have no
it's-
problem showing up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a court case, so that,
Mhm.
but that would then deal with the other issue in, you know,
Okay.
in relation to this one, okay?
Okay, gotcha. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
And will I get that, how soon will the renewal be sent out?
So we
all
have
the-
to wait until we have the final order. Once we have the final order, then we can switch your license over to probation status and that will change your expiration date. Until then, you're gonna remain on valid to practice, but the expiration date remains the same.
And that's what's the problem, because
Mhm.
they,
I-
people are looking at
right.
it and saying, hey, it's still saying the same date.
As long as it says valid to practice, there's no reason why you can't be practicing. Because that's the status of it currently. It does not allow us to change the expiration date until we actually can finalize that renewal. It means we have your renewal, it's under review.
Tell them that,
Mhm.
or tell them something about that.
You
because
can
they
have the
just sitting there
employer
saying,
email me the PLA
Mhm.
14 email and I can verify that you are allowed to practice. Just have
Mhm.
have the employer that you was working for email the PLA 14 email, the
Well,
same
I'm not
email.
currently working right now, but anytime I try to get into a new position, they're saying it looks like it's expired, and then I try to call and say, can they send me a letter over to show them, and they said, well, when I call them, phone, they said they
Mhm.
I'll send an email to you tomorrow to your email on file. That'll
hear them.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, I just wanted
Mhm.
to try.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Riley Dobbs?
Hi.
Oh.
I'm so sorry I've waited so long. I'm like sweaty, anxious mess.
All right. So Miss Dobbs is here, for a positive response regarding a termination and an arrest.
I wasn't
Um,
arrested.
Okay,
No arrest.
no arrest? Okay,
Yeah. I just got a misdemeanor, but was not arrested.
okay, so, infraction,
Arrest is very often like that. I mean,
charge and conviction, yes, okay, so we'll say charge and conviction then. So it is, yeah, so this was related to the misdemeanor THC possession, and if you would just, like to tell us what happened, we would be
Yeah,
happy to hear.
so my boyfriend and I were vacationing in Michigan, around the very beginning of June last year. We had my dog with us. We planned a bunch of state parks trips that we were taking him to. While we were there, we opted to partake in, recreational marijuana. I now know that that was a bad judgment call. Like that decision was not, a decision physical therapist assistant, a good one, would make. At that time, I had a lot going on, and I just was trying to enjoy the vacation, and I made a poor judgment choice. So we were pulled over in a speed trap. The officer basically told us if we didn't let him search the car, he would arrest us. And me having my dog that's aggressive, I opted to, we just complied with him. We got out of the car, let him search our car. They found some marijuana, ended up letting us leave. Then they took all of it, gave me a citation, told me I'd received something in the mail. I immediately was like, oh my gosh, what about my license? So the past year, I've been like in a freak out, really want my license back. This is all I want. I will do anything to get it back. So after that, I got on it trying to get all the steps that I could take on my own before I heard anything from court or anything. So my boyfriend and I both took a bunch of drug tests. We paid for them out of pocket for about 12 weeks. All were negative. And then I also went to Meridian Health to get a drug abuse evaluation. I did that myself just to show that I do not have a problem. The woman that evaluated me agreed. She didn't recommend any treatment at that time. I was seeing a counselor still just for basic mental health. I have a lot of anxiety. So after that, we ended up, my court date was set for October. This happened on June 1st. My attorney was on top of things. She sent all of my stuff to the prosecutor's office. They quickly entered me in a diversion program. That required me to do
40 hours of community service, the drug abuse evaluation, which I'd already done. And then I can't get into any trouble for 180 days. That window will be up in January, and this will be completely removed from my record. It's still listed as a pending charge, and because of that, no employers will take me right now, because if it were convicted and I could explain, but it just says pending. And they won't, anybody I've tried to get a job with won't move forward with that because of the pending charge. I've taken all the steps I needed to resolve that. And I'm really excited for January. It's been a rough year. And then June was horrible for me. So that happened on June 1st. June 27th, I was fired from my job. Whoa, that just turned on?
Should be on.
It should be on.
Oh, yeah, I just got louder or something. So I was terminated on the 27th. It was a completely unrelated incident. I worked over in Anderson at Athletico. I didn't get any documentation from my termination. If you guys need that, I will jump through any hoops to get it. So I was fired that on the 27th. A week prior to that, I was closing the clinic at night. Anderson isn't exactly an awesome area for crime. So, and where I was at, my car is parked in a back alleyway. I was the only one there. I had mentioned to my employer that I thought we needed 2 people there at all times. They wouldn't do anything about it. We couldn't keep rehab aides staffed, so it would require a second clinician to be there, and we only had 3 of us. So that night, I locked the front door. I was up front turning lights off and straightening things up, and there had been a car sitting outside the door for a while. It was 2 guys. They ended up getting out, making gestures at me, like trying to get in. I made an inappropriate hand gesture, which I will never do again. I don't do that anymore. And as soon as I did it, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm at work. Like, why did I do that? The following morning, my boss was on vacation somewhere, so I couldn't go to him and talk to him. I went to our front desk coordinator. She had received a voicemail, so she printed it out, saying that she was like, what happened? They reported that they were trying to come in for therapy, and I wouldn't let them in, and I made appropriate gestures to them. They took it all the way up to the board in Athletico. If it had been up to my boss, I think he would have resolved it with me. But they contacted corporate, they ended up firing me, and then I was unable to get another job just because that charge was on June 1st.
Did we have an appointment?
No, the clinic was closed. I was
gonna
the only
say.
one in there. It was dark.
At 7:30 or something and showed up late?
No,
They were never on the record.
no.
Okay.
Yeah, and I tried to argue it with my work, but
Did Athletico even check to see if they had like a valid script or anything if they complained this far out?
from what I heard from the regional director, he had talked to the guy. He hadn't gotten his hands on a script, but the guy was super mad and our regional manager was doing everything he could to try and convince him to come back as a patient. And I said, I will talk to him and tell him it was a misunderstanding. I got really scared. I truly just got scared. I did. My boyfriend, I usually called him every night when I got off. He had just switched jobs, so he was working nights. So instead of having my boy on the phone, making me feel kind of safe, I was all alone and I just freaked out. Yeah.
Policy have allowed you to treat a patient
gonna say
being
that-
the only
yeah, it's-
clinician or only
kind of my
person in the clinic, or no? They would have?
Yeah, there was a couple instances where I had 5 people in the clinic just by myself,
With no even front office?
just a rehab aide.
Wait, with
the-
any other employed person on site or no?
It would depend on the patient. So like if it was just a commercial insurance, like 2 athletes, a couple athletes, younger people that just had all the insurances had different colors, and like based on their colors they could be put together. So like no Medicare patients could be in at that time, but I was very overwhelmed working there. It was so hard just to keep up on my notes. I was getting 2 or 3 hours of overtime just to keep up, because as a new clinician, they were overscheduling my schedule a lot. So I was very stressed out, and then June 1st that happened with my boyfriend, had that stress, and then I got really scared. I recently had a friend just pass away. She was murdered in Texas. She and her boyfriend were riding bikes, and one of them threw their hands up at a guy that drove really close to them. He stopped, reversed into them. And so after this, like, I immediately thought of that night, like, just how you react really matters. It makes a big difference on the outcome of whatever situation you're in. So I take it very seriously, reacting to things now. And we have been sober since June 1st. We have not done anything since, so I really want my license back, please. I loved my job. It really was my purpose. I have a letter of recommendation, like, cause when you look at that, I seem like a bad person, and I'm really an awesome person. I try to be humble, but this letter is awesome. It really shows who I am and
We'd be,
how good of a PTA I am.
yeah, we'd be happy to take a look at it.
Yeah.
And was it the pilot? Could you, I mean, did the facility let walk-ins just come in for evaluation and treatment?
They had 3 assessments. I couldn't
Oh,
believe
PTA, okay,
So I mean, it could have been that.
okay. I was,
But like the lights were off.
yeah, it was closed. It was.
Well, and then, like,
It was
The
closed.
gentleman who were making that
And I
decision
I
did say,
assume hours were posted on the door,
yeah,
and it was past hours.
yeah, the
Okay.
the facial gestures and the way
Well,
they
you're
were
fine.
acting, it did not say, hey, I'm here for therapy. It said, I'm after this young girl. So, yeah, unfortunate situation, but I think I don't have any regrets. I do feel sorry for what happened, and I am remorseful, but I don't want to live with regrets. I think everything that's happened to me has made me who I am, and it's really shaped the person I am, and it's gonna make me a better clinician for it. I'm less nervous now.
And I think you've heard, I think you've heard kind of throughout the day, and I regret that you've got a late name in this list, but sometimes it is really helpful to hear these other things, because I think you've heard that people do get terminated for various reasons, and it just happens sometimes, and it's not a reflection necessarily on who you are as a person or who you are as a clinician. It's really, it's organizational. It's,
Sometimes you have a
pre-
bad boss.
yeah, sometimes it's a corporation protecting themselves. There's all kinds of reasons, and that's why we have these personal appearances, because sometimes on paper it can look terrible, and then we sit down and talk and say, okay, what happened? And it makes for a long day for everyone, but I think that this is one of the most valuable things that we do, is sit down face to face and talk it out. We are clinicians. We have been in many of these situations. We've all had a bad boss somewhere. Or had a weird clinical situation. So I think that,
Can I just ask though, did I want to call it an arrest, the legal difficulty that you
I've been calling it
encountered
a
early in
citation,
June,
if that
yeah,
helps.
the citation,
Yeah.
was that part of the decision to terminate you?
I feel like it
The
was.
reason I ask is because in the mental health questionnaire, whether that was miscommunication or not, but it does mention that. It says on our page
Yeah.
14.
the question asks, have you ever been lost a job due to drug use? And I think you answered yes.
Oh,
And
at
it
the time I
says
was really
lower, like-
butthurt. I was, and I felt like because I was friends with my boss there, and he knew about it. And I felt like I told him, I was like, I'm telling you this as a friend, not as my boss. I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do from here, but he was aware of it, and so I think that was part of their decision.
Would you say you had a problem with substance abuse at
No.
that time going into June?
No,
This
no.
was on a
It was just a
one-time?
vacation. We were vacationing in Michigan, and we actually didn't even realize that we had crossed the border. We were going to a state park in Michigan, but we had crossed over for a minute on the way there, and that's when we got stopped. So.
were you impaired as a driver
Nope.
at that time? Okay.
Neither one of us were
Okay.
at that time, so that was
Um,
good.
And I presume it wasn't a terribly significant amount,
No.
or else it
no.
would have gone.
It would have been like a
further.
felony or something like that. It was just a small amount. That's why it's that misdemeanor. So,
Okay.
yeah, we had gummies and then I think like a couple vape things. So,
Okay. Um, so, I mean, what we're really looking at here is possession, essentially. And it's possession of a controlled substance and possession of paraphernalia. So, and this is where I think we've got a pretty good standard for the OWIs when it comes to, you know, renew versus probation. I feel like this is something slightly different. I mean, yes, there is a criminal probation.
I was never
impact.
put on probation.
Oh.
That diversion program means that
So
I
that-
do their terms and it'll be gone.
Gone,
It won't even
okay.
be on my record.
then-
It's still pending. I've never been charged of it.
Yeah,
Um,
so, all right, okay. I think, yeah, I feel like you have taken this very seriously, and I love your passion for the profession and that you do take this seriously because, you know, as you can see, there are a lot of ways to get tripped up. And, you know, we've said it before that the license is a privilege and not a right. Okay. We're here to ensure public safety, public protection. In my opinion, given what we've heard and the efforts she's taken to remediate any of the situations, I would be okay with a renewal unless there is any question or discussion otherwise. My only caution is when you gave us your statement, you did say that marijuana was decriminalized in parts of Indiana. It is not. Just, you know, and this is it's part of a larger national discussion because it's legal in some places and not legal in others. And but it is not.
And federal law still.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes. So it is just for any future clarification until laws change.
Yes, I'm fully aware of that. And just being a PTA, that's not something that our core values and character would align with doing. So, yeah, I completely understand that.
Yeah, that was the only thing
Yeah,
that
I
wanted.
had a friend that was just recently had the same thing happen. I just worked at a restaurant for a while, not really a friend, but somebody that worked there. And they got pulled over, exact same situation. And because it's still illegal, but they won't give you a criminal charge for it. So he got away scot-free, no charge, no nothing. Which, like, I'm not saying I wanted that to happen. I'm glad this happened. It was a wake-up call and it was awesome to just really find myself over the last year. I mean, I've had a lot of free time. I haven't been able to do what I love, and I've spent a lot of time with family and friends, and so it's been good for me.
Well, like I said, I think we're doing an ad for the Healthy Practice Resource. They should film a video of us here today.
We're gonna up the numbers of this one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did write that down.
It's
me and Mom are
I
ready
mean,
for that one.
it's just something you can do in your spare time, or you can look at the modules and say, I wonder if I have an issue with any of these things, or I'm feeling like that might be a problem, or what can I do better? So that's really what it's meant to do. It's meant to help us improve ourselves. So
Yeah, I was just gonna say I've been on a road to be the best version of myself, and it's really hard not getting to be in that therapy setting because I feel like that is the best version of me. I'm so helpful and it's so much purpose for me. I come home every day feeling happy and accomplished, and I love making people feel better. I'm a huge empath. So I want nothing more than to go back to taking care of people, and I will do anything you guys want. Anything. Except something illegal. So.
Right. We'd have some problems if we were asking for that.
Yeah, yeah. My new one, my friend Hannah that just passed away, her hand gesture is this, and it is like a love, and
My kids have been teaching me.
Little-
yeah,
little
so
heart.
that's my
We're
new
not
hand
supposed-
gesture.
Yes.
We're not
is
supposed to do
Hannah's.
this anymore.
Oh, we're
We're
not?
supposed to do this, little heart.
Yeah,
So.
Okay.
Okay.
that was always hers. So that's my new gesture. So.
Wonderful. Do we have a motion?
Sure, let's just keep up the streak.
Yeah,
Motion to
do
renew
it.
free and clear.
Renew it free and clear.
Love you guys.
Do we have a second? 1 second.
Second.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
You beautiful
redo.
people. Thank you so much. This year has been so hard. I'm so excited.
Well, I know you've learned a lot and just keep with it. Okay?
I can't wait. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
I'm gonna help so many people. I promise.
Okay. And you can teach them all the hand gestures.
That'll be out the door.
Right. Okay.
Thank you guys.
Thank you. Well, our last one, do you just want to come up and tell us your name so that we've got,
We don't call the wrong name.
I'll just be calling names.
Hello.
Hi.
I am Amanda Parton.
Okay, Amanda.
You were not next on the list.
No, you were not. We'd
No,
have
I
to-
was not. I was
Okay.
gonna.
All right. So Amanda is here with a positive response regarding a discipline or termination within the workplace. And yeah, she did send, a detailed description of what happened. Is there anything you'd like to add or clarify? You're welcome to talk as much as you want, but
But
you
I
may
know
be
it's the
ready
end
to
of the
get out of
day,
here.
too. And I've been sitting here nervous the whole time. So I guess one of the things I just want to clarify is that, or just add on. So like after COVID, my caseload had decreased quite a bit in Clinton County. So I had applied and got another part-time job. And so that kind of like made me get a lot more busier because I was then working 5 days a week rather than it was almost like 2 half days in a full day. So, but I couldn't live on 2 half days in a full day with 2 kids in college. So, so anyway, so I started working in the school systems in 1996. And during that time, like there's been a lot of changes, administrators, superintendents, teachers. I mean, I've seen all of it. I've seen lots of changes through, who was working there, who was leaving. And so I'm always like meeting new coworkers. So it's kind of hard to know someone until you actually are able to meet with them. And that was one of the things that I had attempted with both our new special ed director that we had and the superintendent. And neither of them would meet with me. That was just so frustrating to me. and the other thing, and I don't know if I had stated in here, what had happened, happened on like a Monday, and by Friday is when I was terminated. So, and I had previously asked to meet with the superintendent, and then, he had sent me, after I said, yeah, I can help out with this evaluation. I don't know if it's because I put evaluation on the top of the email that they thought I was doing the evaluation, but I didn't do an evaluation. I went over to the school with our speech therapist, our OT, our speech, she was a student, and we just met him. We talked to him, we discussed his schedule, and just kind of he talked about what had happened to him too. So, and we, you know, I don't live in the community, but I'm close, so I kind of knew what happened. So that kind of filled in some of the spots that, we heard about or saw in the reports, like the newspaper reports and stuff. So yeah, I didn't do an evaluation. We only know about students through getting a consent through like special ed directors, and and usually it lists like the things that we're going to do, like speech, OT, PT, and then like any academic testing or psychological testing. So that's the only way I had heard about him, plus my therapy team. And so I didn't think going over there, especially since I didn't have a student at that time, she was absent. I didn't think going over there would result in my termination.
This was all in the same district you're employed by, but someone else was covering that school? Is that where the issue came up? I was trying to. make
Yes.
sure I understood what-
So I had gone in and said I needed help because now I was working 5 days a week. This was a longer drive than the other place I was working. And here I was thinking, they have 3 different therapists like OTs at the 3 different schools. I thought, well, maybe we could have help where we have like at least one at each school. And so I had asked a therapist that I knew if he would be interested. And again, I was just employed by the school. So I only have like talked to the principals or anything like that. I really didn't have like a special ed director until they had hired the special ed director, because they were trying to go together in kind of a co-op. They had been part of a co-op, but then they were all individual. It's so very confusing. So when I talked to the special ed director and I said, if I need help, what do I do? She told me, she goes, if you know of someone, send them to me. So I sent them to her. And that was the last I heard about it until I received an email from the superintendent, who was like the superintendent over all the schools, but there were still individual superintendent at the schools. Yeah. And he's like, we decided we wanted to go a different route. We want to just have this guy see all the kids. We want to do a co-op thing where he was going to see. And I was like, well, that would have been nice if you kind of would have told me and like included me in those conversations. So after they made that decision, I went in and I talked to the superintendent, and then they were like, okay, well, you can see this school system, see the 3 kids there. And I'm like, okay. So, and then it just so happened that I guess the superintendent or the special ed director, I couldn't figure out which one, because they always told me to talk to the other one, and I never got any response. But they wanted this new therapist to do all the new evals. So, and which was fine. But I was just like, I didn't have anything to do. He was there. I walked over. I didn't do an eval. And then I came back and I'm like emailing the superintendent of that school. And I said, I can do the eval. I have the time. I'm here at the school. And then from that Monday, when I emailed and said like, let's meet, talk about it, till a Friday, I was done. And I even tried, I gave him days I could meet, and he picked the one day I said I could not meet. So, and it was just like, it was very weird.
Yeah, it sounds like there was a lot going
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Are you currently working?
Yes, like, so during the summer, I don't work. So, school has started back up. I'm not directly seeing kids yet.
Okay.
I've just been doing meetings and, moving equipment around all over the place, so.
Who is your employer?
KSEC, which is Kokomo Area Special Education Services.
Any issues?
No, I actually have 2 performance evaluation rubrics from the year I was terminated at Clinton Central, and for this year too.
Okay.
Would you like?
If you'd like to bring those up, we'll take a quick look at them.
My supervisor, she knows. She knows I'm here. She knows what's going on.
Yeah.
The other thing is I knew that I was probably going to eventually resign from the Clinton County area just because it was just getting to be long drives and I was closer to my family. So I don't know if they knew that. I didn't really say anything, so.
Both, unless anybody wants to see them, both performance evaluations are, everything is scored highly effective, except on one of them, the attendance was scored down to effective. So that was the only not highly effective. There were no issues that I see in those, but if you want to take a look at them, you can. This seems administrative miscommunication, just, or non-patient care related issues. I don't have a concern for patient safety.
Move to renew free and clear.
Second. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. The long buildup for that.
That is.
So I know this is a struggle, but we appreciate you, sitting through all this. It's, there was a lot to be seen, so.
Yes, yeah.
I want personally thank you because I work with a special needs child that this is complete in a school setting.
Yeah.
And it's such a unique setting.
Mhm.
It's so needed. So thank you for choosing that setting that a lot of PTs don't work in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very different, but that's where my heart is. And it's hard because we've got like so many years and you get so close to these kids. And yeah, they can become part of your family. So
Right. So, keep doing what you're doing. And,
you.
hopefully you never have to sit through this again.
Yes.
But, no, I think I have no issue. So your license has been renewed
Okay.
and you are good to go. Help those kiddos.
Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I guess I'm the last one, right?
You are.
You need to call the names of the letters.
We do, and we
Be sure.
we need to act on them. So
For 3.
we will go through them, and I mean, we can look at and see, we have the option to look and see if we want to renew without them here. I'm inclined that if you don't show,
I haven't taken it seriously.
you're not taking this very seriously. Of course, the other option is to deny, and then they can appeal.
Which then they're gonna have to show up.
Mhm.
Which is more of my mentality.
So I
I mean,
will,
especially
what
like you
we've
watch
done
these
in the
last
past.
two, how
Yes.
much they had to wait all day.
exactly.
And how appreciative they are and.
Yeah.
And then like you don't value it enough.
So I will officially call the names of James Allen, Jennifer Thomas, and Linda Christina. Hearing none. Do I have a motion to deny? Can we do all three at the same time or do, let's
Okay.
do separately,
Let's do
just to
separately.
be clear. James Allen, do I have a motion to deny?
I move.
Okay,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Jennifer Thomas,
I move.
Second.
all in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Sorry, I'm a little slow to, at this
It's
point.
been a long day.
Linda Christina,
I move.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, those will all be denied. Okay. Yes, I was like, don't leave yet. No, I'm kidding. I'm just making these notes so that I can compare it to the minutes. Okay. So the last individual item of business is the hardship waiver that we did receive. Sick infant. I did some due diligence. The doctor is in fact practicing that area. The condition is legitimate.
I'd
She's
researched it,
completed
but I didn't know
some,
it.
she's completed some and isn't practicing. We don't often get these, and there have been times where we have not approved it. But I think there was one a couple years ago for like vertigo, and we
Yeah,
did not
I remember that.
approve that. But I think I don't have a problem.
I'll make the
in
motion
this.
to approve it. I will
Okay.
second the.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I think the fact that she's done some really
Yep.
shows that there was an effort, but she's got a lot going on. So, only two very quick discussion items. The first, I have a meeting set with representatives from the Bowen Center. I finally got back in touch with them. Turns out our previous Courtney had left. Now that we have two full renewal cycles through with mandated reporting of workforce data, I'm meeting with them to first get a number, because we are going to apply for a grant from the Federation to get that data processed, because we have not yet received legislative funding for that. And kind of the same way we did through the API, it doesn't even have to go through the state. It can go straight to the Bowen Center and leave all that legality out of it. Because there does come some question of whether, the board can accept the money. Well, the board's not accepting any money. It would just get paid to the Bowen Center. So I should have more information on, hopefully we could get that approved, and I'll have a timeline for when we might get some data processed. They did think they had some time, maybe end of this year, going into the beginning of next year, where we could get a beautiful report going.
So one of the questions, are we gonna be able to drill down low enough into the data to see work? Because I think it's disproportionate to rural environments, right? So like counties where people work versus counties where they live.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, we will have, go on the Bowen Center website and pull up any of their report things. The data analysis is incredible. And you can drill down, and of course, Hannah Maxey is the director there, and she is the one who has worked with HRRI to create the cross-professional minimum data set. we use that. She and I worked through writing, making sure our questions coincide with that. But we'll also be able to really identify where the shortages are, and when it comes down to, okay, we've got 9,000 odd licensees, how many FTEs does that equate to? And I think that's a big question that's
Right.
super valuable in all areas. Because I think we know there's a shortage of practicing therapists, but this can really identify where and, what setting. So that is exciting. I meet with them Tuesday, I believe. And honestly, it's just half hour. Let's talk money, let's talk timeline. So that is going on. And then we've talked so much about the healthy practice resource. But I want to get a board vote on this because the Federation is now issuing actual certificates of completion. So one CE for each module completed. Now, the Federation, since it is their product and they are issuing the certificates, the Federation is on our list of approved CE providers or whatever else. We don't have to do anything else to accept those certificates as continuing competence credits. My question for the board, because if people start submitting these, we need to identify whether they are category 1 or category 2, because category 1 is unlimited. Category 2, I think, is limited to 10. You can't do more than 10 units in it. So category 1 is typically workshops, symposia,
Students, I think.
I can pull, students is category 2.
Category two.
Okay.
Like
Self-study,
publications,
like
yeah.
coursework is typically category 1. Self-study, presentations,
Professional
students,
service, yeah.
professional service, those are all category 2.
Yep.
Now, people could fill up their entire category 2 with healthy practice resource, but that might also limit someone who does that,
Or takes
that
a
they couldn't
student.
claim a student. I don't disagree with that because, I tend to feel that it is more of a like professional development type category that
Then like staying current with practice.
that it falls more into a category 2 setting.
I guess the drawback to me is it's giving our licensees a chance at a free area of where they can do it that has benefit. And I could argue it's probably more beneficial than some seminars they get.
But is it worth half of their total CEs for the entire report?
Yeah.
That's my
Well, I mean, they
question.
could do it either way. They could do it in category 2, which is 10. That's half of it.
I know, but I mean, I
So,
don't,
so I think it's double edged.
I would have a little issue with someone just doing that and then 10 hours and then 2 ethics jurisprudence. That seems a little light on the
I don't
staying current
disagree.
with practice
I don't
side of things to
disagree.
me. That's just my take on it.
Right. And we're not saying you have to do it, and we're not saying that you can't do those other things. It just limits, what you're able to claim.
And I honestly think if someone
really, I
finds
just
this,
misspoke, actually. My concern is they could take a student, write an article, do
yes,
2
I
hours.
followed what you
Yeah.
were saying.
Do
totally.
2 hours of
Yes.
continuing ed and then do this 10-hour module, and they've really only taken 2 hours of like current practice
But I think like
education. That's where I run into a problem.
if we're recommending it, it's because someone's come in front of us, right? I don't think people are gonna say, "Oh, now here's this 10 hours I can do in whichever category we decide." That like here it is, like here's.
Trying to, like, make
So,
So like like you and I are involved in the conversation. We understand, right? A normal licensee, are they really going to look for this course and say, this is probably an easy 10 hours that I can do in whichever category we decide to put it in? Probably not.
Right, but I'm saying, if we understand how we plan to accept it. I
Right,
think
right.
we should know that. and
No, I agree with that, but I think,
Meeting and hear this discussion too.
yeah.
So,
So just to clarify what we're talking about, category 1 includes formally organized courses, workshops, seminars, symposia, home study programs designed by board-approved organizations and subject to board verification and approval procedures, approved 4-credit courses that are related to the practice of physical therapy and approved, semester, quarter, trimester, and then category 2 includes professional research or writing, teaching as an adjunct, participation as a presenter in an approved workshop, supervision of students, in-house seminars, actively participating in professional organizations, clinical specialization certification, certificates of advanced proficiency, attendance at chapter meetings, and other scholarly, educational, or both activities related to the practice and management of physical therapy and not described above with the approval of the board.
I think it falls more under because it's really more of a multidisciplinary thing too. I
Right.
mean, that would apply to any healthcare. I did several of the modules just to kind of see what they were, and they'd be good, just as good for nurses
Right.
as they would for physical therapists.
Right.
So,
And I think that's what it's meant. It's meant
Yeah.
to be not 100% specific to physical therapy. You know, if I were just to read it, I think I would say that it falls under that other scholarly or educational, that category 2, number 10.
Right.
And of course, we could change our mind later, because this is just, a board discussion and vote. We're not changing anything in the rules. We're not specifically writing this into the rules. But should someone decide to do this and ask, how can I claim this? Or if we go back and audit and if we decide that it's category 2 and someone just does that and has a student and does ethics and jurisprudence, well, that would be out of compliance. And I think that's where we need to make a decision, because I don't want people thinking it's one thing if it's not. And it's free either way.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever
I don't-
category it falls
I don't
into.
have
It doesn't-
students,
In my mind, I
love
can
it.
argue it either way, 1 and 2, but
Yeah,
like, I
and
don't.
that's why I wanted to bring it to the board, because I was like, I don't know, I can kind of see it either way.
I'm fine with putting it in 2. I think your logic makes sense. I can follow it. I think the majority of people that are probably going to use it because they end up in front of here more than anything else.
Now, typically we say that
They
they
can't double dip. They can't double
Yeah,
dip.
they
Yes.
cannot.
So if we truly require it in an order,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then we audit them later and they try
you
to
have to
claim.
specify at the time.
We do,
Yes, this would be
but
In
not
addition.
for your regular CE
Right.
hours.
So
People who sit in this meeting today and go home and do it.
Might go home and do
optionally,
it, they
I
can
think
claim it,
that
Yeah,
would
yeah.
be
then
fair.
I'm fine with them accepting them.
But I mean, I think if I were just to read that, I think it falls, because it's a home study program. But
the other thing that makes me, like, you don't even have to be benefit from it. It's not even written at a scholarly level, really. I
Right.
mean,
Yeah.
it's just, these are good articles to read, and so you don't even have to to get, to write a little bit
Yeah.
of feedback and, get the certificate, so.
You have to write them. Yeah. So, I agree. I think that it is an excellent resource and it's an excellent way for somebody to get 10 hours if they want it. But I think that if we're talking about clinical competency, putting it in category 2, it's more of that competency versus education.
Right, and I agree.
And it allows for both. You can still get that and get 10 hours, and 10 hours should not be that hard to get.
And 22 hours over 2 years.
Yep. Okay, so do we need to vote on that, or is it just
I would vote on it.
okay.
I make a motion that HRRI is a
Now,
category 2.
HRRI is the
Is the company
PR.
that,
the Healthy Practice Resource.
yes, thank you. There's too many dang initials in my head. Is a category 2 CE.
Okay, do I have a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Wow, we have voted unanimously all day today.
There was one I was really close to going
I
against.
know. Anything else? I think that's it. Next meeting's November 4th. There was some stuff from the Life meeting. I will defer that all until after the annual meeting.
And that's October.
Because
Who's
this is-
going to the annual meeting?
Yeah. I will say though, they are tracking the healthy practice resource and what states are doing it. Because it does ask what state you're from. And we are number 7 in usage, and we had 2 people complete it.
Oh, I probably know.
Puerto Rico's had like hundreds. So they think that maybe they've told all their students or something to do it. There's something off. We're not gonna be number 1, but we can.
We could crack the top 5.
We can get more than 2. We can crack the top 5. So, but just to let you know, they are tracking it just to see how it's used. It is free for now. There's always the possibility that it does go paywall at some point. But if you want to do it now while it's free. And other than that, I think we're good. Any other business? We will adjourn at 4:41. I'd like to commend everyone on sticking with this.
Stamina.